Hello, we are live.
It's working.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you, Jonathan?
Good, thank you. Yeah, just fiddling around with tech this morning. Getting this sort of thing set up. It seems to not. Oh, it is now. Yeah, it's streaming your one. That's fine. I did a podcast interview yesterday with a lady called Jackie Fletcher.
Hmm.
This past week I've been doing a lot of like live streams and stuff for people. And I did the other day. I spent the whole day making a new app. Um, I can kind of show you on the screen now.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. Um, Is there a way to show it? Not really, no. No, so essentially you've got input form. So I'll be using this with clients and basically to fill out to sort of say this is what my health history is, this is all my metrics, this is my diet, whatever. The idea is they can fill that out, and I can get more information about them a bit more efficiently. So but yeah, I've improved my coding skills, so I can now make apps effectively. So yeah, it takes a bit of work. I mean, that did take me 7 or 8 hours plus a few hours this morning. So quite just fiddly, like strips
Yeah.
of words. Yeah, how
Coding
are you
was,
doing? Yeah,
coding is something I never liked. Every time I had to deal with it, I was struggling with C++ or even assembly
yeah,
language. It'd drive me crazy. That's one of the things that I hate because a little syntax error, nothing works, and then subroutine. I don't even want to deal with it. I don't know how you make apps nowadays. I don't know if they're using some kind of SDK or some other environment, but I don't know. It's I know a lot of people use Python for software. I don't know what they use for
yeah.
apps.
Nowadays, I think they use mostly AI, believe it or not. Um,
Oh yeah.
that's what I've found. Yeah, yeah. So it's as long as you know what you're looking for to produce, it's good. The thing is, when you don't follow, because AI does it for you, in a sense, you have to have a systematic approach. So you know, okay, as you go through and create the app, has that been made? Yes, no, yes. You have to keep going back to check things. So that's where AI isn't quite intuitive yet. So you might have an initial idea, which is exactly what you want to do, which you've been tasked to do. But
Hmm.
AI will always detract from it slightly in its own sort of format. So, a bit annoying.
Well, I would assume that if I mean, hey, I could see many years ago. I had an idea like 30 years ago. Basically, software is all just defined instructions, and I thought, well, you could probably program subroutines into some other software and then run it automatically. So that seemed like a good idea. So the whole AI thing I thought would be ideally suited for writing software, and then you would have to go
Yeah,
and try to see if it works. Try every possibility where something could go wrong. So yeah, I
yeah,
mean that makes sense.
yeah, it makes sense. I'm gonna email you the thing now, Rick.
Okay.
I thought it was quite funny. I had to ask AI right about 5 times to make you skinnier.
I
I
don't
was
think
like,
they can make me any skinnier.
I was like, what are we gonna? How can we do more? Like, um, try and find it. Hold on. Yeah, I'll send it in a blank email to you. You can
All
have a
right.
little look. Um, yes, it's so hard to get you to come upon some things. Like I have to generate you separately, describe you, then have another picture of someone else that's your sort of build, then merge it all together. You know.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of unique. I don't think there's too many other people that look like I do.
No, no. Just wondering, have you got the Is YouTube actually streaming
It
your one?
should be. I was looking at YouTube. Let me double check. Yes, it seems to be streaming.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
comments are coming
Yeah.
in.
Be interesting to see what people think because I've obviously changed the title, the description, put in our own links, some hashtags. The thumbnail was different as well. So we're going to trial this out and see how it goes. Obviously, this is your show. You're the host of this show. Um, but it'd just be interesting to see, like, with these little minor additions, if it increases the reach a little bit, because that's the goal. You know, it's ultimately
Well,
it's want more
what
people to sort of view our stuff.
what I've noticed is that every time that we team up on the live stream, we get more views. And I think that's a good thing because you're getting both sides here. You're getting the total quack. You're getting, the real information over here because this is the guy that actually has the education and the experience to back up the carnivore diet. I just have a life experience. So it's
That's
like
worth something.
it's worth something. Exactly.
It's worth something.
When you've been living this way for decades, there's certain things that you learn, certain things that work, certain things that don't, and you become sort of a BS detector. When I see somebody going online and they're saying, well, I did this and I did that, and instantly I look at them, I say, either, yeah, this person is probably true, or it's just somebody making it up as they go along. They're looking for this. So it's like a detector. Like the longer you've done it, you can see who's real and who's fake.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We're all trying to find out who's real and who's fake, really, at the end of the day. I think people are generally good. They just have the moral compass is a bit different. Like some things you might do are different to what I would do. For example, I might begrudge someone forever. You might not. You might not see the point. I'd do that to protect myself. Being a sensitive sort of person, you'd probably not care. You'd not even think twice about it. So,
well,
you just got to do what do you.
It might be a little deceptive because I may still talk to somebody and I may not let them know exactly how I feel. But internally, I know, don't take the advice of this person. Don't let them give you ideas because I don't trust them. And once I don't trust somebody, it's very, very difficult to restore that trust. It takes a long time to develop it, but once it can be lost like that, and it'll take even longer to get it back. I just don't show it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're quite I'll say it in like simple. You're quite hidden in how you come across with your idea. Like you'll say what you think, but how it impacts you, you're quite discreet with. Because ultimately, if someone's upset you, a lot of the time, it won't actually impact you positively. If you then say, "Oh, you've upset me," 9 times out of 10, they don't like it. They feel offended. They get defensive. So, I don't know. Do you want to go through the chat then and say hello to everyone with me?
Of course.
Let's do that, shall we?
Hopefully you can hear me. I adjusted the position of the microphone to look a little different.
I thought so. Yeah, it seemed a bit.
Usually it's from the top, but I came up from the bottom. I just have to get used to not hitting it because the way I sit, I sit a little different than anybody else.
Yeah, mine's just here, so mine's got my ring light around it. You can kind of tell. I just have that to the side of me, maybe 12 inches from my face. So
my problem is my air conditioner makes a noise. So when I try to put it on the top, all it does, it goes because the motor is no good in the air conditioner.
Yeah, between all my fans, mine are loud as well, honestly.
There you go. Well, at least that noise is pretty constant. I guess you can filter that out. But let's see. I wonder who was the first. I saw a lot of comments earlier. Let me see. Oh, what am I doing here? Okay.
Thanks for letting us know, StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, I guess the first one here is from JJJ24 saying good morning. And then United Carnivore, Mike Seeley Jr. is greetings from Tampa Bay. And then we have more up. The only thing is this thing does tend to jump around a little bit. All right. Yellow Rose. All right. Let's see. I think we're back to it. And there's Jonathan, the man of the hour.
Hello.
Multiple hours. Let's see. There's Yellow Rose saying good morning. So we'll just click through the good mornings. And let's see. With a thumbnail, it should be iguana meat. Well, we could always put an iguana in there. Jonathan and I will work together to make a fitting background. And there's Brian Dish. And there is Mike Seeley Sr. It's nice to see always a lot of the same people. We have Sandy Blythe. We have some really good viewers on this channel, and a lot of them are friends. So it's not like I'm going on YouTube to be popular. Remember, my reason to go on YouTube was to meet people, and this is really good. And I see that Joe likes the thumbnail with the heart attack.
I tried to make that as good as I can. Honestly, I spent about 40 minutes making that. In AI just won't do it quite the way you want it, but I was like, that's close enough.
There
Yeah,
you
it should
go.
say lard in the IV drip says lard.
It
I think
does. It says lard.
like
You
that.
know what?
Yeah.
Smoothie
I think I
420.
might. Yeah, I
Yeah.
might try and do that as a regular. Every now and then I just change it up a little bit to make it a bit funny.
There you go. Until one day I have that heart attack, although I have a feeling it's
Before
going
and
to be
after.
yeah, it's going to be a long time. There's Lady June, and let's see who else we have. And I think we have Chuck over here. There's Manda. Good morning, Rick and Milton. And there's Chuck. Good morning, Rick and all the quackers, fellow Floridian. And there's Ivy. Morning, everyone. Carnivore Karen P, another Floridian. Good morning, everyone. And we have Cordelia and Albany. Good morning. And speaking of, yep, I'm missing the preamble. Well, we'll put that in later. We can adjust this. And look,
we can add that. Yeah. So what we can do, Rick, is for the intro, we just stay off the stream itself. All you'd have to do is upload it to YouTube as just a normal video. Maybe an unlisted video if you don't want to share it with people. I don't know. We can just share it. And I could just play that at the very start, then put us on the screen. It's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, the other option too, I may change that. I used to change the pictures from time to time, but I haven't really been anywhere, so I haven't changed them. But I'm gonna work on that eventually. But speaking, he was online yesterday. I think you were there, so
Just at the end, yeah. I missed most of it.
our friend DC, it's good to see him again. I mean, I think he's one of the least recognized people in the carnivore community. There should be more people viewing his channel because I consider him a success story in the carnivore community.
I recommend him in my top 5 people every time.
That's right.
Like whenever I'm asked, like, oh, who do you watch? I'm like, well, other than you, Rick, in terms of like people that are coaches, educators, sort of thing, like make informative content. What have we got? Bart, Harry, UDC, one or two others, Stephen, Richard.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're who I tend to recommend. Yeah,
that's right. But for some reason, he never got really popular with the mainstream carnivore channels, which I don't think any of us. They don't really look to us for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But the good thing is
heavy with the edits, I guess.
The thing is that it's almost like a secret. It's almost, I don't know how to describe it. It would be like if you had an elite group, you had some type of, I don't know, the best of the best, and people don't know about it. It's like a secret. You can go to the big channels, the famous carnivore doctors, the carnivore celebrity personalities, and then you come to us when you want to get the real information and you want to be part of the inner circle. I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like we're our own little group, own little world.
I'd say so. Yeah, I mean, the streams I go on tend to have the same people that are in the live chat right now.
Yeah,
near enough.
There's Robbie Autry saying good morning. Lewis, good morning. See, it's the same people that continue. I really like to see Old Miami. Yeah, he misses the intro, but we're going to make some adjustments to this. And let's see. Yeah, and there's Cordelia. Okay, there we go. Carnivore Wayne. Oh, good to see you again. And let's see. We got somebody different. My Carnivore Chronicles.
Hello.
Hey.
Lovely individual.
I don't remember. I don't think I've seen that username before.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think her name might be Kelly. I could be wrong. She did tell me. You did tell me that literally 3 days ago.
Okay.
I know who she is. Yeah.
And of course we know Aaron. Everybody knows Aaron.
Yeah.
And look at who else is here. It's Mitch.
Mitch.
Yep.
Hello, Mitch.
So, and Mitch doesn't watch too many channels. So if he's in our channel, then we have some good information. And there's a hello to Mitch and Lady June. So again, I enjoy. In fact, I look forward to this every Saturday because I get to see people that some of them I've met, some of them I haven't met yet. I get to be with the number one, the only professional carnivore bodybuilder ever. And we get to discuss a lot of different topics, which I think is great. Rick is not as punctual. Well, Rick is punctual, but we're making
Rick is punctual.
Yeah.
Rick was here. Rick's never late. Never late. Unless he's made some kind of error, which is not his own fault. Rick would never be late for something. It's my fault because I was doing some adjustments behind the scenes and trying to sort it out. So, yeah. So I
But I can.
apologise for wasting 6 of your precious minutes
Well, you know what they say.
for free.
Sometimes sometimes you have to wait because good things come to those who wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's right. Jonathan has to start the stream. He was adjusting the
Right.
background, and we're going to make more changes. So it's only going to get better. And it's not
Yeah, we
Milton
want this to be
problems.
nice for you guys. We want you to come on here and be familiar and feel welcome and enjoy it and have all the things on it you like with Rick's usual sort of schematic, the format, because no one ever complains about that format. You go through the chat, answer people's questions distinctly. You have a little ramble when it slows down a bit, then you carry on. So.
That's right. I do it a little different. A lot of people will talk a lot at the beginning, and then the comments build up. I like to go through them, and then there's the, like when I'm with Jonathan, when we use StreamYard, there's the interactive section where we post the link, and then you can join in if you like to. If things start to get boring, then I will start talking about different things, because sometimes when you get too many people in the chat, it just kind of goes nowhere, and then you lose interest. So we try to keep it a little. Mm-hmm.
I think 3 people is a good amount. I think 3 people is quite. You sat here, you're not sort of thinking, "Oh, can I speak yet?" There's 4 people on the screen now. I think 4 gets a bit overwhelming. Yeah, it's a nice Saturday morning chat, and I think people will. The idea is to be like a bit of a lounge setting, like you just sat with us in the room, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Anybody could have a group talking. I see Oregon is burning. We need rain, and there's a chance today. Well, I hope you get some. We have a fire over here. We haven't had a rainy season. Our weather is upside down in South Florida. So there's a brush fire not that far away from here. Let's see. So Bob Wright said hello. Yeah.
That lady's name was Dawn, by the way. She just said,
Dawn? Okay.
My Carnivore Chronicles. Her name's Dawn.
If my channel ever becomes really popular, I'm going to have to go ahead and set up a CRM software so that I can, when the person's name pops up, the username, it'll tell me what their name is, like I used to have with my phone system. When somebody would call in, as soon as the phone would ring, the CRM would pop up, the name of the person would be there, the last thing that I said that I entered would be there. So everyone would say, "Oh, hi, Rick. Oh, hi, Chris. How's what I sold you, whatever, how's that working?" And they love that, because then they feel like you're sort of like a friend of theirs. Of course, I may have another 1,000 customers, but
yeah, it's important to be personal with people. I mean, I'll recognize their name or their profile picture, like Yellow Rose, for example, on the screen now. I know Juliet. I know what her photo looks like.
I've met Juliet in
Sometimes
person.
yeah, lucky guy, lovely lady. I might see her next year. Around May or June time, I think she might be coming down. But yeah, it's just, if I don't. Most people have told me what their name is. I just can't remember it.
Mm-hmm.
But I know who they are and the interactions we've had, sort of thing. So
Cindy's here. Haven't seen her make a video in a while.
No.
And let's see. Yeah, I remember. I remember one time Cindy had interviewed the young guy. What did he call himself? Carnivore Caleb or something like that. I haven't seen him either. He was arm wrestling Sean Baker. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny that all these people, we always say this every week, but like all these people, like, you sort of fall off the map. You're like, "Oh, what happened to da-da-da?" You're like, "Oh yeah." Carnivore Kip's, speaking of which, Carnivore Kip's lost a bit more weight. I think he's down, like, don't quote me, like 40-50 pounds since surgery. So getting the weight off his body is a good thing. So I can't fault that. He's done something which he couldn't do before.
Right.
So the tool worked. It's just hopefully he doesn't have any long-term negative effects, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. I was going to make a video one of these days when I get some time. I want to make a video about some of the people who have come and gone in the carnivore community. I mean, you and I met you on Bart K's live stream, and it's been 4 years since Bart K interviewed me. And we've seen people come and go, and a lot of times they'll come on strong, and they have all these ideas, and they start getting subscribers, and then they just disappear. It's like poof.
They realize how much work it is. I mean, I've got a lot of subscribers, yeah, but that's taken me a long time to build. You know, like all the think per unit of. I'm not going to say you don't try, Rick, but you don't make thumbnails. You don't heavily edit things. You're not cropping things and everything. You know, I did all that for years, and I was like, the progress is so slow. So you know, part of it is being English. I think people don't quite like the accent sometimes. Maybe part of it is just I'm not a doctor, so I don't get the notoriety. You'll get Carnivore Bob, whatever. He'll be a doctor, make a YouTube channel because he's got doctor in his name. He'll be 50,000 subscribers in a year, maybe 10. So, yeah, but I started a new podcast up, Primal Pro Fitness podcast with Max Helmer. You may have been in that one. It is the other day, so we're going to do that each week. It's a good way to ask questions related to fitness and stuff. So yeah, we've got, it's very in depth sort of discussions about training and fitness and exercise and stuff. But yeah, anyone's welcome, men, women, anyone.
Shows like I guess something must have gone wrong with the streams. Let's see. Good morning, Rick.
Yeah, I'm flagging up.
The one on my channel seems to be working. I don't know if it created two of them. It's just weird how that works. How does it feel to know that Indian temples? Interesting. Let me go through. Get a bigger hammer, Rick. We'll get this figured out. Don't worry. Love your interview with Jonathan. You're truly an inspiration. Oh. So you had an interview with Kim.
Kim, yeah. So I interviewed her. So that's on my channel now. Maybe 2 days ago. Good talk about coaching experience, how she trains, her background. Completely different person to a year ago. But someone that you feel like, you know, when you feel like someone's got more inner strength, inner power. You know, you can really tell that when you sort of speak to her compared to a year ago. So she's inspirational. She's a great client of my friend. So.
Right. Let me see. I'm curious. Am I running another stream that I don't know about? Because the one I see people here. Let me go to my channel.
I mean, we have here a landscape and a portrait view.
Okay.
That might be why.
But it says that one is not running. That's weird.
Yeah.
Let me see.
You should have a look in your end.
I got this
63 live. We're not knowing numbers. We've got 63. So
there's one that didn't come up. Look at that. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I'm going to go ahead. I'll just delete that. I don't know why one of them didn't come up. That's crazy. All right. We'll just get rid of that. Manage videos.
This is good comment. Love that you have a video about multivitamin being a fake scam whilst its thumbnail is made with AI. Hope the irony isn't lost on you.
Okay, yeah, the one says scheduled. We'll just get rid of that. More action.
Get rid of this person because they're being a bit abhorrent and rude because they wouldn't say it to me in person, especially not like that. So goodbye. It's fine to criticize what I do, but just do it in a manner which is respectful. I hope you haven't done this, like as if to say if I have done it, you're wishing bad on me. Like, all right, calm down. It's a thumbnail for a video. Get the times. It's 2026, guys. Not.
Let's see. Okay, what did I do? All right, there we go. Okay.
Joe's making some brilliant comments on here. When we get round to them, obviously we'll go for it.
The real Hicks boy. This is another user I haven't seen. Hi guys, glad you're here.
Yeah.
And there's Brian. Good morning, Rick. Yes, another inspirational person in the carnivore community. I bet there are still lots of people in there. All right. Miss Mary. That's funny. I don't know how that animal doesn't rebel. You know, her little fur ball with all the things that she does to it. If I tried that with Milton, I'd be shredded to pieces. Let's see. Wonder what the delay for live was. All good now. Sound is great, Rick. Oh, I appreciate that. And let's see what else we have here. Oh, David Alpheus. down from 112.4 to 104. Nice. After your advice about eating less fat to lose fat. So I guess, Jonathan, you have someone that's succeeding with your advice, which
That
makes
was
sense.
about a week ago as well. So yeah, it's funny that you can try something which someone else suggests you to do. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works really well. So what you need to do is not change the program.
Exactly.
Just keep doing exactly what you're doing, but
Mm-hmm.
then change it when you stall.
5'6". Oh, a foot shorter than me. That's good. Okay, let's see.
Peter, stop telling him to eat butter.
Yeah, what is it
Stop it.
with these? What is it with these people wanting to eat so much butter? I don't understand that.
I like butter and I understand the benefits of it. I made a 42-minute documentary on butter, for Christ's sake. I know it inside out, but I think people eat too much of it. Well, the idea of eating too much is a problem for most people. Any sort of change you make in your diet, if you go from high fat to high fat in terms of carnivore, it has to be incremental. It's no good going from half a stick of butter a day to none, because that's you've just taken out 100 grams of fat from your diet. And that could be a quarter, a third of your intake, which is going to firm up your stools because you're drying up the mass of your stool through protein only, which is or mostly protein, which is what's the word? Dense. You get your body extracts all the nutrition from protein because it's so nutrient dense. So by the time it comes out, there's like nothing left. But with fat, you need the fat to help lubricate the system, so to speak. So yeah, we'll get to that later. But
I tried iguana, not really good. Well, you must not have had a good iguana because I love iguana. I
I'll
guess
try it one day, Rick.
yeah, one of these days. Some people like it, some people don't. I happen to like it. I have no idea why I like iguana. Probably because it's available and it's free and it's easy to cook.
Yeah.
You know, what really bothers me is that there's a lot of people that I've seen, they order their food. They're not even cooking it themselves. I don't know what kind of mentality it is where people don't want to prepare their own food.
I like preparing my own food. I'm autistic. I like the sense of control it has in my life. I like to have my routine. If someone else cooks for me, it's not a problem. It's just I do like doing it myself, even if the food itself to taste isn't quite as good. I don't know. It's weird. I think it's a men thing. Like we like to get it done. Like if we're cooking a dinner for the family, usually it falls usually and traditionally in my circles, it tends to fall to the man to prepare the meat. Get it all roasted and that sort of stuff. And women might help with like cutting the vegetables or something to eat those. But we had 71 people just then.
Nice. I see Thomas is here. So
Yeah. Hello.
glad to
Good
have
day,
you
Thomas.
here.
Good day.
And
You're
let's
up early.
see. Let's see. When do I get my massive heart attack? I'm eating lots of fatty, mostly red meat, eggs, tons of butter and tallow and lard, but so far nothing. Well, it'll come. Just give it time.
The funny thing is, if he ate like a potato every day, that would exponentially increase the chance of him having a heart attack. A potato.
Yeah, isn't that strange?
It's funny that you think you can get away with It seems like exponentially more fat, but when it comes to carbs, you add a bit of carbs in, blow up.
That's it. And people tend to gain weight and they tend to have more problems. I mean, look at me. I couldn't gain weight if my life depended on it, no matter how much I eat.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the carnivore channels, I think they get attention because they lose weight and then they gain weight and then they lose weight and then they gain weight. And then they talk about the struggle, how difficult it is. Oh, I fell off the wagon and it's just back and forth. I think that increases their viewer. I don't know why, but it seems to.
It's people like the storyline, the emotionality of it. I mean, my channel itself has a bit of a storyline with having a surgery, going through all this, all this stuff. But I do still to sort of try to make sure that I supply something to people with value, like information. That's the best I can give to someone, like my time and my info. So.
Well, there you go. And
Yeah.
sometimes people, they'll take the information. Sometimes it offends them, but there's no way you can control that. At least that's what I've seen. That's one of the reasons that
Yeah.
I don't show a lot of emotion, because I want people to open up to me. My father was one of those people that if you said the wrong thing, he would get mad at you. So I learned from him. I don't do that. I tend to let people talk, and I'll ask them questions. I won't tell them something's right or wrong. They'll tell me something. I said, okay. It's like they tell me all the ways they can make money. And then I'll ask them a question. Well, what if, let's say, the Federal Reserve doesn't lower interest rates? Then what's going to happen to your trade? Oh, no. And then they'll go, and if you ask them enough questions, you'll either shut them down or they will just lose it. So that, and I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like the kind of person that there's a hot button that if you know what button to push, you can make him go into a rant, because then it's like you're a puppet. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you'll notice at the top, I was going to put politics in, where it says live with Rick and Jonathan, live stream, muscle, meat, and motors. I was going to put politics in there, but I thought, I don't want to be I don't want to be politically triggering, because that tends to fall into conversation rather than, it's not like a topic we deliberately go over, I guess.
There are two subjects that I say that I don't cover on my live streams. One of them is religion, and the other one is politics, because those are two subjects that you cannot debate. The people, they make up their own minds.
Yeah.
And there, Peter's commenting on what you were saying about, going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Just starring the questions.
All right. Let's see.
If I accidentally click on one, just ignore it.
Oh, that's fine. Let me see. We got the automated ones, and what's your channel's name? Okay. Let me see if I'll find any more. All right. I go through all the comments for some strange reason. Let me see. What do we have here?
I guess you feel like you completed it once you've been past it. I'm the same with my WhatsApp. Like I make sure I've replied to everyone before I go to bed at night.
Right, there you go. Super high fat carnivore, hard stools. I've never had a problem going to the bathroom. I guess maybe it's just instinctive for me.
I've had maybe too much information. I've had carnivore. I've had more loose stools, oddly enough, and standard Western diet, chicken, broccoli, rice, sugar diet. I was doing. I had more hard stools. I believe it's the fiber. I think.
It's interesting. People talk about how great fiber is, but as you know, I make my own ceiling tiles, and I use different fibers. I can use wood fiber, fiberglass, mineral fibers of different types, and the fiber just tends to make things stick together. So I don't understand how adding fiber would make it easier to go to the bathroom. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make sense. It seems like
I had these fibrous noodle things the other day, like cognac noodles, and they wrecked my guts a bit. So I'm like, yeah, I can't tolerate a lot.
Is it a common thing where people have to strain to go to the bathroom? Because usually when I have to go, it's in and out in 2 or 3 minutes.
I mean, I go in preparation for a contest. I typically go about twice a day. I eat a massive amount of food. And I'm not in preparation. I tend to go maybe 2.5 times a day. But I average it over a week. So.
I generally go once a day, but I can go up to 3 times a day when I'm really eating a lot and I'm really active. And I know some of these people in the carnivore diet, they say they go for days without going to the bathroom. I'm thinking, how is that even possible? I guess they don't eat much.
Yeah.
Bella Girl says that dairy can be constipating. I've never been constipated on dairy. Have you?
Dairy can be. For 2 reasons. Mostly calcium will have an effect on the gut, how the gut senses food and does like digestive enzymes. So that can slow the guts down. So if you have an alkali element of your body, that'll reduce the acidity of the food, which means it sits in your stomach longer, which means when it comes out, it's probably drier because more moisture has been extracted from the stool. The other reason is calcium is inhibitory in a negative chelation mode against magnesium, which you need to relax the colon sphincter and help lubricate the enteric system. So that's why. So there's two reasons there. So yeah, for a lot of people, if you eat a load of cheese, i.e., too much calcium specifically, that's what can cause constipation.
I wonder if the fact that a lot of my dairy is yogurt makes a difference.
It's you ferment it, don't you? So it's probably
Yeah.
yeah. I'd imagine it probably makes a difference on in terms of like the lactose content, the bloating will be reduced. If it's high fat dairy, like high fat yogurt, it's probably better for you, in my opinion.
That's what I make. I don't even know what
Yeah.
bloating is. I've never really had that.
Yeah.
Is that when you make gas?
It's just your stomach feels over full and you don't feel hungry. It slows you down and it's sore, typically.
Well, I never get hungry anyway. I just keep myself topped off so I don't get to that point. When I get hungry, I lose energy and I lose my motivation. So if I tried to
Yeah.
eat one meal a day, I'd be the laziest person on earth.
Yeah. It keeps you thinking, I think. I think 2 meals a day is probably best for most people. If you're taller and bigger, active, then 3. If you're tall, big, and active and muscular, 4. If you're tall, big, muscular, active, and world's strongest man, 5, sort of thing, you know.
There you go. I see Thomas has a question about
Yeah.
beef tallow.
You can do, yeah. I mean, I would just try to find a way to cook them without having to make them non-stick. So boil them, and you've not got to add the fat. That's if you're being particular. But if you don't like boiled eggs, yeah, like a teaspoon, not a teaspoon, of tallow would probably help you out. So you're not sticking your eggs to the pan. Or you could poach them. That's a no extra added fat option. Yeah, you got boiled eggs or poached eggs really in that kind of case. I would try it out. You can even microwave them. It won't be very nice, but yeah.
Well, there you go. I guess it really depends. And Peter says a hard cheese makes him super constipated.
Yeah.
Let's see. I bet Rick's never taken magnesium. No, I never have. I don't use any supplements. I'm not a good example for most people. And that's why I think a lot of the people that market products, they don't want me because what are they going to sell? You know?
Yeah, there's only a few supplements I sell, and not sell. I'm affiliated with as the brand and Keto Pro electrolytes because people do use them. I do use them, and they're a good quality product that I would buy myself. The other one is the British Bone Broth Company. They do powdered bone broth, which I do actually use. And some Amazon affiliate links like Blue Blocking Glasses, like these, for example. But yeah, I'm not. I get approached by a different company nearly every week for like advertisement. Not the deal isn't sweet enough for me. One usually, or they want me to just be affiliated with them after I buy their product with their discount. Which I think is just a MLM scheme, really. But yeah. So you can see why I don't really unless someone comes out like, well, a good product, you can actually sell it to your audience and actually buy it. Yeah, it's very unlikely I'm going to be affiliated with most people.
You're burning off, Rick. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'm just so active that I don't have to worry about eating how much fat I eat. Because, as you know, I think Jonathan and I are some of the biggest eaters in the carnivore community. I don't think there's anyone that eats more than we do.
Not consistent. There'll be people out there, Rick, who are like, I can eat a kilo of meat in 5 minutes or something. But in terms of doing that consistently day in, day out, yeah, we do eat more than everyone else I've seen. Sorry. Got a question. Yeah,
that's
Karen,
a funny question.
Do you stay away from salad? Well, my name's not Paul Saladino, I'll tell you that much. If I'm starving hungry, I'm not in contest prep, my guts feel good, so I've got those boxes checked, and I'm at a meal, and say I've got a meal, but it's so expensive that say it's like a ribeye steak with potatoes with salad, and it's costing me $50. I'm gonna eat the steak, I'll eat the salad, as long as it's not spinach, so I'll eat a bit of lettuce, just so I feel like I've actually got my money's worth, even though salad is rabbit food. But yeah, I don't indulge in it, and I can't eat most of it anyway. It's like I eat, in terms of like salad foods I can tolerate, it's rocket leaves, cabbage stuff, carrot, cucumber, celery, lettuce. That's about it. That's it. Yeah. So I don't tolerate the other ones well. So if it's a salad for me, it's low oxalate, high potassium, water content, low anti-nutrients for the most part. But yeah, I don't chase out salad, guys.
I can't eat any leaves, any raw leaves, because a lot of times if I try to eat spinach, it makes the inside of my mouth feel itchy, and it gives me like a burning sensation. It's almost like something toxic. So I can't eat
Yeah.
that. Cabbage, I can't stand it when it's raw. Again, it
No.
gives me gas, but I do ferment the cabbage, and I'll
Fermenting's
use,
right. Yeah.
yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So for some reason, when I turn it into sauerkraut, it's fine. But and the other thing is vegetables go bad. You try to keep salad in the refrigerator. 2 days later, it's rotting, and then you have to throw it out. It's a mess. My mom ate a lot of salad, and it was a constant battle to keep the greens fresh. So I used to grow them in the garden. That was the only way that they could meet the standards. And look at what's happened. Plants get contaminated very easily with bacteria. It's not like a piece of meat. Piece of meat comes from an animal with an immune system, and healthy animals don't have bacteria in their body. So it's a lot safer to eat the meat. But you got a salad sitting in there. Who knows what animal pooped on it or how it was handled? And that bacteria is growing in your refrigerator, and then you turn it into a salad. Next thing you know, you're on the toilet for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
worth
Still
the
complaining about
risk?
salad.
Yeah. And anyway, people
Most people.
they don't eat salad for the vegetables. They eat it for the dressing. I've challenged everybody. If you like
Ranch
salad so much,
dressing. Yeah.
right, eat that salad raw without dressing. I can eat meat raw and I enjoy it. So why is salad different?
Yeah. I can see that. So I'm just repositioning the things. You can't see on anyone else's screen, but my screen there's like lines popping up. I'm trying to get it just right.
Ah, I do that sometimes with mine when I'm on OBS. I
Yeah.
start moving it around.
OBS for that can be a bit OTT sometimes. I don't use OBS anymore because I'm not using this very high end camera. But yeah.
I use OBS because it's free, and that's how I started my live stream. Actually, when I did my first live stream, I was just doing it on YouTube. I couldn't get anything to work, and then I upgraded my computer, and then I ran OBS. Great point. No one listens to people's politics with the notion that, yeah, exactly. See, Joe knows. She's smart enough to know that it's a waste of time to talk politics. Now, I will criticize the
Yeah.
actions of individual people, and I will criticize entities like central bankers all the time, because the thing is, central banking is not politics. Whichever side of the political spectrum you're on, the central bankers control both of them. So it's, to me, it's a waste of time. You got red and blue and left and right and all this crap. It's all the same thing. It's all the central bankers pulling the strings and financing these people.
Joe and I have different political beliefs, which might surprise some people, but we want the same thing out of life. It's just we believe that the way to get there is through different means. The thing is, if I say pull one stat out towards her and say, well, stats say this, and she pulls out her stats, how do you really actually measure like what is more impactful in terms of like what's going to do for us? Because it hasn't happened yet. Then you go a tier up, like you said. You think, who's in control of everything? What is actually going on? And it makes you think, we've got a bottleneck here, so we can't actually have a meaningful. I'll use the word debate because we don't know the full story. We don't, you know.
That's right.
Kimberly said, yeah, she said, my husband is on inhaler steroids and is trying to lose weight. Could this be different from being on the steroid? Depends which one it is. If it depends if it's beclometazone, I think it's called, or something pill, something like that. Some of them actually have a catecholamine increasing response, which means it increases your daily thermogenic potential. You'll burn more fat, basically. So some of them can help it, make you leaner. That's a problem. Some can make it more of a problem. Grand scheme of things, it's not going to be a massive problem to use inhalers. You're talking about maybe 2 to 3% difference over a period of time. So no, it's not going to break the bank, but some might actually help fat loss.
Well, there you go. See, that's why Jonathan is here, because he can answer the questions that I have no idea what is going on.
I know all about pharmacology and medications and things. I've researched everything. If I had a
Exactly.
client, imagine if I've had so many hundred clients over the years. Chances are I've covered near enough most of all the health conditions. I know all the contraindications because I've had to research this myself. I've had to actually read through articles and papers personally to actually find it out. I recommended Kimberly a supplement called agmatine sulfate. It's got an interesting expression on NDMA receptors within the body. Useful for people with pain conditions, pain disorders, or joint hypermobility issues. Aids in training performance by increasing NOS through vasodilation, converts into arginine, helps support the gut lining, helps with mood. So for like one supplement, one capsule a day, she can get all these benefits. Links that are linked in studies relevant to her. But I tell someone else, "Oh, have you heard of agmatine?" And they're like, "No, what's that?" Like, you have to
I don't
do
know
the
what it
reading
is.
because a lot of these things are out. A lot of these things are out there. You just have to know what does what and has the most meaningful effect, and tying it all together with, marrying it together with what the client does and doesn't need. There we go.
Of course, if your air conditioner is broken, then you would not want to ask Jonathan that question.
No, do not ask me that question.
And if your Bobcat has a leak, well, that's another question you would ask Jonathan.
Anything to do with cars, sports spectatorship, and light bulbs, fixing, mostly like practical, like fixing a bike tire. If you give me like half an hour YouTube video to watch, and I could do it like that, yeah. But I'd rather just pay someone £20 to let them straighten their back for me.
Right. Well, that's it. When in my case, everything I have to do myself because I'm poor, and a lot of times it builds. When you have old equipment, old cars, and whatever, knowing how to fix it and knowing what can go wrong, that's definitely peace of mind. Now, let's say you were somebody that maybe was retired, maybe somebody that doesn't want to deal with that, and you would go out and buy a new or lease a new vehicle like Mitch does, so he doesn't have to worry about when it breaks down. I mean, obviously, someone who's almost 80 is not going to be pushing their car on the side of the road and taking it apart and trying to fix it. So it all depends. And if your specialty is one field and you don't need to know the other, why bother? Just concentrate on what you're good at and just let somebody else deal with the other problems.
Plan B will always distract from Plan A. Always. Sports people don't make Plan Bs. They have a plan and backup plans, but they don't have a Plan B, which is full circle.
That's right.
Yeah. If you want to be optimal at something, you got to spend your time doing that. So, for example, yesterday I was looking at the most amount of fat a person could lose based on the total body fat that they currently have, and we've got all the calculations for that sort of stuff. I was working out the effects of different fatty acid compositions within the diet on intestinal permeability and what's the word? Exercise performance. It was quite interesting, but I'm looking up things the average person wouldn't need to look up. I'm looking at things which are like 1% things.
That's right. It's kind of interesting because a lot of times you can get something to work generally, but if you want to fine tune it to the extreme, then you have to go into extreme detail. The closer you want to get to perfection, the more effort it takes. And of course, things don't always work the way you expect. This is interesting. He's Lazy Carnivore says all fiber does is slow down the process. So maybe that makes sense.
Yeah,
because I go
it
quickly.
does. Yeah, it does. I mean, it's indigestible. You put too much mass in your body, it's going to struggle to get it out. You get a hose pipe, fill it with leaves, put water down it. Okay, it's going to eventually go down, but it's going to be really annoying. Probably damage the gut lining eventually. Damage the gut lining eventually. But then if you think you've got a pipe with nothing irritating gets stuck in it, It's only going to be a good thing, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be like if you kept rubbing your skin all the time and irritating it, and you don't give it a chance to heal. It
Yeah,
would be like working with dirt all the time, and then your skin gets rough, and you wonder why. Well, it's because you keep rubbing dirt into it. And now they're eating all this fiber. It doesn't make sense to me. Why would you do that to your digestive system when you can just eat good quality, nutrient dense meat, which digests in your stomach and small intestine? By the time it gets to the colon, there's not that much left. It gives you a break.
yeah,
I mean, I don't want to be
absolutely.
going around with stomach problems and digestive issues. I know people that have to take antacids. They get heartburn. They get gas. They don't feel good. And they say, oh, but I eat healthy. I said, yeah, but if you eat healthy, why do you feel so bad? Evidently, it's not that healthy. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're over there trying to kill yourself with all that high fat food. I said, yeah, but it's not working, is it? I
Yeah,
mean, seriously, how many 58-year-olds do you know that can sit like this, get inside of a small space and work on equipment, ride a bike for an hour and never get tired? It's just not that common. If my diet was so bad, shouldn't I be in the hospital or in a nursing home by now?
yeah. Doesn't seem to make sense, does it?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hello from Danny. There we go. Diet soda tends to keep those sugar cravings alive because of the sweet taste. See, that's another thing. I hate everything that's sweet. When I taste something sweet, I tend to spit it out. I don't like that. I like things that
Mm.
taste like meat. That's my thing. If it smells like meat and it tastes like meat, I'll crave it. But if it's sugar, I think of it as like a cupcake. One of the most disgusting things I've ever seen is a cupcake. And if you call somebody a cupcake, that's an insult. Oh, this person is a cupcake. But if you tell them that they're beefy, that's a compliment. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Cupcake.
that's true, isn't it? That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Never even thought of that. We might have Aaron on, by the way, coming on later.
Oh, good.
I've sent him an invite, so
All right. Rick, eat a traditional Thanksgiving meal once in your life, at least feel the bloating sensation. No, I mean, I'll have the turkey if it's deep fried in beef tallow or lard, but all that stuffing. Somebody gave me a bunch of pre-made stuffing, and guess where it went to?
the ducks.
The ducks. You know me.
I actually like. This is funny little story. So, before my stepmom passed a few months back, well, maybe 6 9 months back, she used to always make us Christmas dinner. But my dad would make the dinner, but she'd make like the afters, like the evening meal spread, like the cold cuts of meat, and she'd also do stuffing, which she's good at, and made a banoffee pie, really good banoffee pie, really good if you like banoffee pie.
Not sure
Anyway,
what it is.
so you're sure it is, yeah. But yeah, the stuffing. My brother once said, "Oh, I like stuffing," so he made her like a massive tray of it, and me a massive tray. He had to take them both home. And I'm talking like an oven-sized tray of stuffing, like thick, not just thin balls or anything. But yeah, and he ate it eventually. But I was like, "Be careful what you wish for, girl." So next year, I didn't say I enjoyed banoffee pie that much. I would have went home with a fridge full of it.
I guess Joe likes the way that I eat.
Joe, Joe, yeah, Joe eats quite similar to me. She tends to eat more meat on the bone, like drumsticks and thighs and things. I
Mm-hmm.
don't, purely because it's too fatty if I'm trying to stay lean. Um, when I'm off, we've got 81 people live. Thanks very much. If I'm
Ah,
trying to, if I'm trying to, like, if I ever somehow retire from bodybuilding, I'll be eating a diet of more like meat on the bone. 'Cause it's a bit cheaper, it's tastier. Yeah, I'm not against it at all.
well, the thing is, I
Ooh,
mean, you have
yeah,
single digit body fat percentage, and somebody like me, I range between 12 and 14%. So I'm not super skinny. I mean,
you're a lean man.
yeah,
But for any age,
right.
lean.
Because,
Yeah,
but people say, well, 14% is fat. I said, you got to be kidding me. 14% is not fat.
yeah.
I don't understand where they get this
I,
information.
I think optimal for men is between about 10 and 20.
There you go. And that's the thing. I mean, if you're in bodybuilding, there's a certain standard that you have to meet. So you have to be unnatural. You have to try to gain as much muscle as possible with the least amount of fat. And that's not what your body wants to do. Your body wants, if you're going to have more muscle, it needs more fat in case you don't have the food that you need. You have to go through a period of famine. Imagine if you didn't have the fat and you had all this muscle to maintain, it would be a complete disaster for your body. And I don't think that most bodies are designed to just consume muscle. So what happens is, to be in bodybuilding, you're following a set of rules because you're extending, you're like going beyond what you normally would. But for a normal person, like you said, up to 20%, you could still look pretty good and you can be very healthy. Having a little extra body fat is not unhealthy. That's what Dr. Kiltz always says, and I agree with that. But it's just that some of these younger people, especially, they have this crazy idea that they have to have single digit body fat. And they don't realize that when they live like that, they're going to be miserable all the time. And they're more likely to just go into the duck food because they can't do it. You have to be realistic like you do. I mean, obviously, when you're competing, you're going to be eating differently than when you're not. And when you retire from bodybuilding, which everybody eventually does, your lifestyle is going to be completely different. I mean, you'll still be carnivore, but you won't have to be as focused. How much fat? You can have more fat.
Yeah.
And you might be. I mean, in your case, if you were 14% body fat, you would still look really good.
I'd be enormous, Rick. I'd be I'd be big.
Mm-hmm.
Big human. In clothes walking around, I look big compared to most people when you put me next to someone. For example, my forearm is bigger than Dr. Kills' head.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that me just sat here on the camera. But then if you put me in an off-season setting where I've eaten a good amount of food, my body fat's above 10%, then yeah, I look big, like too big. Right? I carry a lot around my face annoyingly, so my face looks fat relative to my body. I might have like abs, but then have a chubby face.
Well, that's another thing. You can tell a lot about a person's body fat composition by their face. I don't know. My face isn't that skinny, in my opinion, but I can ask you what you think.
I'd say average to slim.
Yeah.
You've not got the Neanderthal kind of head that I have. I've got a wider, more what's the word? There's a word for it. I've got a wider sort of face. So, my brother's the same. He's got a wide face.
Yeah. Well, that's a genetic thing. But like, a lot of times when I look,
like relative, like the lip width between different distance in size of your lips in relation to your jaw in relation to your neck and head. I'm more bodybuilder sort of esque because more, I don't know, action man than I am bean man or something. So.
That's right. Well, a lot of people my age also, their skin is not as good. They usually have like there's wrinkles around their neck, and they're sort of drier looking. And in my case, for somebody that's 58, I think that my skin is actually like a younger person.
Yeah, I mean, you look maybe a couple of years younger than my dad. My dad is, I believe, 62, I think. Could be wrong. But he looks young for his age. He looks about 50. So you look late 40s if I had to be completely honest.
Right.
It's a good thing,
Of course. Compared to a lot of people, because a lot of people my age now, they're falling apart. So it's kind of interesting to see that, the difference. And I think, of course, the carnivore diet definitely. Let's see. Dr. Baker probably eats more than some of us. It's possible, but he's a big man. I did see him when we were at the Brazilian steakhouse, and I mean, he was eating, but I don't think he was eating that much. But I don't know if he eats multiple times a day. I don't know if he's one of those one meal a day. I think he eats multiple times a day.
Baker eats twice a day usually.
Okay.
Depends if he's traveling or not. If he's traveling and it's like stress to sort of sit and stop somewhere, he'll just eat a massive meal. He usually eats like seafood. He'll have one big meal of like steaks or burger patties, one big meal or one smaller meal of like maybe some eggs, some bacon, some fish.
Okay. You've seen North Dakota Carnivore Lance's channel, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, no,
He's
yeah,
another
nice bloke.
success story.
Yeah, definitely good bloke.
Lost a lot of weight and flexible, and that's good. Let's
Yeah,
see. Grandma, Pharaoh Grandma. Oh, there we go. Love to come eat at yours one day. Tastiest sounding carnivore meals. That's good. We have good morning. Let's see. I'll never catch up with these. I'm going to keep trying. All right. And
I've
Peter's
tried
still there.
starring some of the more pertinent ones.
Yeah. That's pork shoulder. I knocked that pork shoulder out in 3 meals. I have no problem eating a lot of food. It's really funny because, again, you look at me at how skinny I am. You say, how can this guy eat as much as he does? But then again, yesterday, we were moving some concrete tables, and those things are heavy. They probably weigh 300 pounds. And I was lifting them up and putting them into the back of the truck. And my friend was like, I'm going to help you. I'm like, I'm already done. How do you do that? How does somebody as skinny as me manage to lift all those heavy items? It's crazy.
Mm.
I guess it's just I haven't been injured. I've been lucky. I've never been injured any time when I'm working, other than when I've had coconuts fall on my head. And last week I had a tree fall on the car and it kind of crushed me and scraped my leg. But other than that, I don't have any chronic issues.
Yeah, I think we've got a troll in the chat.
Oh yeah, where's that?
I think they're a kid. They keep commenting currently. Have you eaten a lion before? Kiss me, babe. Eat a lion.
I don't know where. Well,
Does carnivore plants smell? I love you, honey babes. Kiss me, boys.
ugh,
What kind of cringy ass comment is that? Like, you 12?
I don't
Oh,
know.
how sexy. He said. What she said. Imagine it's a he. Women are a bit more sophisticated than that, usually. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't gotten to that point. I guess I'm so far behind. Oh, there's CC Stargazer. How's Milton and the kittens? They're good. Milton's sleeping and the kittens, they were eating, so they're doing really well. Medicine supply is getting low. Well, it's time to go hunting. I wouldn't say I'm poor, but I'm certainly not rich. I get by. Well, that's good. No one's poorer than me, but I'll change that. My freezer and eggs.
Just so everyone knows, Rick won't mention it, but in the channel descriptions, I believe my channel and his, we've both got fundraisers. I encourage people to check out his Buy Me a Coffee link. So far, he's currently got, I believe, 41 or 42 supporters, and that does go a long way. And I mean, Rick will say for himself that helps put food on his table, and helps
and the cats.
do all stuff and repair stuff and looks after the cats as well. So he's, if you want to support someone that deserves a bit of help, he never asks for it. Definitely support his channel through that means. That'll be in the description on both my channel and his. It'll be, scroll down a bit, it'll say support Rick, then it'll say buymeacoffee.com/Sergeant
Mm-hmm. And there's Amy. Amy was actually on Kiltz's channel.
Hello,
talking
Amy.
about why somebody would want to be a coach, which I thought was kind of interesting. And let's see, and the sleep is amazing. Yay. That's good. Let's see. Okay. All right. Brian says hello. And he's going to be working to 8.
Yeah.
Let's see, to Amy. Let's get through here. Do you eat carnivorous plants? Okay, so that's nope, we don't eat any plants. But you're from the planet of Mopar, right? That seems to be the latest thing. That's pretty funny. Rick is one of a kind for sure. Well, I think both of us are one of a kind. There is only one professional carnivore bodybuilder, and there's only one Rick. So you're right. Do you eat people? Yeah, there's, okay, I see what's going on here. Here's a question. So this is a question for Jonathan.
Yeah.
I'm considering joining a gym, but I feel a bit intimidated. I don't know how to use any of the equipment. Am I being over paranoid, a little panicky that I will look goofy? Well, I can give you my advice before Jonathan gives you his. I would say, do you have any friends that also like to go to the gym, or can you make any friends that go to the gym? That would be a good start. Every time that I've been to a gym, which isn't very often because I don't like gyms, I don't like exercising indoors, I've always found there's somebody out there that wants to be friendly. Now, I don't know. Maybe some of the guys, they have different ideas, but I don't have a problem with that. But I found that there are people out there that are willing to help. But I'm sure Jonathan has some good ideas.
Yeah. Um, I'll be mindful that you're more critical of yourself at all times. Um, you'll probably look a bit goofy, yeah, but I've seen some pretty goofy stuff in the gyms already. So you're not going to be too far out of the norm. Um, my suggestion is to try and get in or book in a free PT session if you can, to get someone to show you how to train. If you can't afford that, do what I do. Go onto my YouTube channel. Go on the playlists where it says playlists, and there's one that's called exercise playlist, something like that. I'll show you how to use pretty much every machine that you probably need to use in the gym or want to use. It's narrated. It's very clear, concise. What to think about, what to do. You watch a few of those videos, just maybe 4 or 5 of those. Some of them are like 1-minute clips. You'll set yourself miles ahead of most people. Yeah, fortunately there's loads of information out there nowadays. I'd be mindful of just staying in control of the weight, just owning it. If you don't feel comfortable, sometimes people prefer wearing baggy clothes if they're women, to feel more like they can just blend in, sort of thing. Some people like to wear more gym clothes because they feel more like part of it. More, you know, if you go to a suit, go to a wedding wearing a suit, you'll feel better about yourself than if you're wearing a t-shirt. Go to a wedding, that sort of thing. So you'll blend in a bit more. So it can work both ways, but I'd try that personally. See how that works. Definitely
Makes sense.
use machines if you're not sure.
Right.
But machines, not the free weights.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, with the machines, at least you have a little bit more control because the free weights, I mean, you could always drop them. I've seen people, they don't, I mean, obviously, most of the guys that work out don't fasten their weights in case they're using too much weight, they can knock them off. But when someone's starting out, they grab they grab a bar and the weight falls on their foot. That's kind of that's a discouraging thing right there. Boom! Instantly is like, oh,
That's happened to me, Rick. I had a 60-pound dumbbell fall on my big toe once.
ah.
I still feel it now.
See, it's just not a, and that's the thing. And people do get self-conscious. But like I said, for me, if I was, whenever I do, maybe one day, I'll just start with the home gym. But it's a different living situation. I'll be living in the country, so I don't think there'll be any gym anywhere nearby. That's bad, neurotic, anxious. Let's see. There we go. All right. Another question for Jonathan.
Spelt my name wrong, by the way. A load of times.
Yeah, you don't.
What are your thoughts for creatine for Parkinson's? The creatine pathway is used in some degree in the brain to a degree, not a great degree. However, what we found in studies is you need a much higher dose than typically used for bodybuilding and exercise performance purposes in order to get that benefit. And people find that you need about 20 grams a day. It's a lot to use, so be mindful of your guts. You could feel bloated, could get a bit of stomach issues like digestive issues, so runny guts basically. I'd personally, if you're dealing with Parkinson's, there's other levers you can pull. I'd definitely book in for a consultation with myself for more information about that. It's not an appropriate place to talk about it online, really. When it comes to that sort of thing, just because you could be on medications, there could be a number of different factors which involve themselves in this. I'd definitely recommend booking a consultation with myself at carnivore-muscle.com. Other than that, I mean, a low-inflammatory diet, high omega-3 diet will be more beneficial. If you tolerate eggs, try and keep eggs in your diet. They've got a lot of choline in them. Choline as well is like a cofactor for a lot of brain-derived nutrients, which you absolutely do need to sort of support brain health. So I'll be using the same sort of protocol I'll be using for example, the feral grandma. She uses a lot of stuff for cognitive health, so a couple of supplements and a couple of dietary tweaks. Yeah, so that would be my sort of suggestion. Lamb as well has more omega-3 than beef, so eat some lamb if you can, that would help. But all these things are stackable. You have to sort of add it in bits by bits, find what works and what doesn't, but you're not going to know what works until you've tried each thing for maybe a good month. So just be mindful it's a long journey, especially if you've got Parkinson's, in regards to sort of trying to put different symptoms into remission.
Also, when it comes to spelling, if you look just over here, you'll see that the name Rick and Jonathan are correctly spelled. So just keep that in mind. If you're going
Yeah,
to take the
good
time
one.
to say Jonathan, we know that he does not like it when people spell his name wrong. And anyone that does, I can understand a typo, but please take a look at the top and make sure that you put it in there out of respect. So that way there's no problem. That's what I suggest. But you
It's a
can
good
do whatever.
suggestion. I fully support that suggestion. Cheers, Rick. You say it in a much more cordial way than what I would. For me, it's
Yes.
like F off block.
Well, that's the thing. But again, people would, if I did that, people would take advantage of me. They'd spell Rick with some maybe Dick or something like that, which I guess
Or
technically
Ricky. Something.
Ricky, or I've had people call me all kinds of things. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I've had people call me things that other people would be offended. You know, I've had someone's, I don't even want to say it, but I laugh about it. I think it's funny. But out of respect, you know, when somebody tells you, just, you know, do it because you're asking for something. It's always good to cooperate, to at least show respect for the person. It's like if you were going to the president, you wouldn't say, "Hey, man." You would say, "Hello, sir," or "Hello."
I find this really weird. So I explained this on Grandma Croce's Corner the other day or recently, and they're like, "Yeah, I can totally understand why being called certain things or given certain colloquialisms can wind you up. It's not the right word to use to the right person." So imagine I come on here and say, "Hey, Rick, you're right, pal." One, it's a bit cringy to use the word pal. It's very old school, outdated language. It's derived, I believe, from Northern English or Scottish people. And also, I'm 31 years old. Rick's 58. He's the wise, experienced man. I'm not going to call him pal or buddy. He's, you know, I respect him. I don't want to. Well, so I appreciate the value of like saying, "Oh, you're a mate, you're a friend," sort of thing. You know, you address people the right way. Because I know women out there. I did a poll on this once, and every woman agreed with me. Every female person. So I asked them, "Do you hate when men call you honey or something like that, or hun?" They're like, "Yeah, I hate being called hun. It's so demeaning and makes me feel patronized. So yeah,
Oh,
whilst people may be well-meaning in their terminology, they've got to understand. For most people around the world, these things are really cringe to hear.
yeah,
It makes you feel a bit uneasy. I don't know.
yeah. That would be like somebody calling you baby. It's like, "Hey, baby." Like, no, no baby here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, this one, you're 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 stupid.
What is that?
I'm not sure if it says you are steroid or you are stupid, but guessing the follow-up is the intention. Eat shit. Love my sister. Probably an African or Indian individual. Just set like a 12-year-old who's just set up their channel. Can't speak good English.
Could be. It could be.
Well,
Hmm.
why do people disturb you on
It's,
a Saturday, Rick?
I don't know. It's,
Selfish.
yeah, and I know who it is. It's that plant nursery again. They've had problems. I kept telling them, "Don't
Yeah.
call me on Saturday." So I'll just ignore them the rest of the day, and they can go there and deal with their own equipment problems.
Yeah. Leave me alone. You're on our platform, my friend. You're in our
Right?
mall, our shopping centre, our video conferencing, videoing service for free. You're
Mm-hmm.
spamming our space. You're wondering why I'm a troll. Then also saying, leave me alone. You're in my space, in Rick's space. You're in the
Yep,
wrong room. You
that's
leave.
right.
You're not wanted.
And if you don't leave, he will make you leave. That's all. Jonathan will click a button and you will disappear just like that.
Yeah,
Boom.
so be nice. You don't have to sort of pander to us and agree with everything we say and kiss our butts sort of thing, but Brown knows us. But you do have to respect our space, and you know, this is our time at the end of the day. We're not getting paid to do this.
That's right. That's exactly right. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, what is this? I call broad circle. Okay.
All right, so this person, you spelt my name wrong. Whilst Rick spent a good amount of time explaining why you shouldn't spell my name wrong, you asked a question which is about, on our screen, about 200 messages behind everyone else. Think. Wake up.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I hope that's the last time I have to tell someone off today. Because I
Well,
will tell you off, and I will be more abrasive in person. I promise.
You don't want to deal with him in person. Let's put it that way.
No, not after this week I've had. Definitely not. No, everyone else, I'm fine. And please stop calling me Jonathan. That's not the normal way of spelling it. You're being a troll now. Twice. So, yeah.
Well, Susie,
Yeah, anyway,
Susie
let's
Marsh.
carry on with the stream, so we don't have to shout at anyone.
Susie Marsh is not a troll. I think sometimes that autocorrect crap. Sometimes when I post a video, it changes the words to something that I really don't know what it is. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, sometimes it comes up with, when I type in your thing, it's like live with Dick and Jonathan. But when I actually do want to put that word in something, it'll change it again. I'm like, what's your prerogative here? It's like you're trying to neg me, sort of thing. I don't know.
Lewis said he was a cupcake. I thought that's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. That stupid comment. Let's see. I finished a 3-day sardine eats. I can't call it fast anymore because I got yelled at. Eating is not really fasting. Yeah, I call it a sardine feast. That's what I would call it. Sardine eats. I don't fast. Yeah. I feast.
We've got another comment I can check.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, unfortunately, this person doesn't quite know how this works. Sorry, Rick. Apologies. We want to try Carnivore 30 days, but this guy is very off-putting. No, okay. You're rude. You're rude, you're impatient, and you're also ignorant. So yeah, yes, I will be off-putting. You don't have to like it, and you can be free to leave any point that you want. I'm not holding you here. If you're rude to someone, expect them to give you some sort of negative payback, or they'll ignore you. I actually addressed you, so, make your mind up.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I have to keep doing that, Rick. It's getting irritating sometimes. I'm in a good mood, believe it or not.
I'm so far behind, I can't even see them yet. Let's see. Let me go through these. Let's see. And do I can't eat potato? I'm not even going to bother because we know that that's a troll commenter right there. Most of the funny looking specialty gear. It's just, it's ridiculous. Going to Carnivore got me off 8 mental health meds. The connection is undeniable for me. I agree. And I think it's, can I have a potato? That's what that is. That is a potato making the comment. Your interview with Alia was stellar. Yeah. Ketosis fed. I guess feed the cat. Boy, I'll tell you. I don't know where. Well, the question is, when you get trolls, does that mean that your channel is becoming more popular?
Sometimes.
It's stupid, right?
Yeah, I have more subscribers each month when I had the most amount of trolls.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest, I did, I have to admit, yeah.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, there's Barry Simon. Good morning, Rick, Jonathan, and all. Barry's a great supporter of the carnivore community. And I appreciate the things that he does as well. Does it less to heart failure? I don't know. Let's see. I'm working on that heart attack, but so far I've failed at it. Or attaches. Okay, we'll go through this. Let's see. Below 12% starts to affect hormonal processes, especially for women. That's a good point. Does it lead to heart attack? We'll find out, right? Let's see. Beef, suet, chuck are my opium. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you like beef. I haven't had beef for a couple of weeks now because it's too expensive, but I'll get it eventually. Weirdly worried about it. That's not like
I'd share some with you if you came here. Got a freezer full.
Oh, there you go. Everybody seems to have a freezer full of meat except for me. I have some, but thankfully not too much. Although I have 3 iguanas in my freezer right now because I've been catching them on my bike rides. Amy says, I have extra body fat
Yeah.
and kids told me not to worry about the 20 pounds. My Cody needs it. I'm feeling great. He says, don't worry about being so skinny. Yeah, I agree with that. If you're feeling great, who
I
cares if you
think,
have a little?
yeah. Yeah, I think Amy, from what I've seen, is in good shape, but not, you know, I don't know what her her actual body looks like, her physique, but yeah, you don't look like you've got loads of rolls. You don't look like you're struggling to breathe. You can do
Well,
active stuff. You're busy all the time.
well,
You're doing your
Jonathan,
job. So
what do you prefer in women? Do you prefer a woman who's a toothpick, or do you prefer a woman that's a
big,
little bit big? See, so Amy should
big
realize that.
versus small, big.
There you go. Some guys, and again, who wouldn't want to date this guy over here? I mean, he's like a model, you know. He's really, really, really good looking. So you don't have to be
Really
a
good looking
skinny.
guys.
Yeah, you don't have to be a skinny gal. A skinny gal, it looks like a toothpick, like Twiggy or something like that. I mean, even me, I don't like toothpick gals. I find them to be very unattractive. Of course, the kind of woman that I like is probably what most people wouldn't like, because I just tell everybody, if I wanted to make the perfect girl, I would just take a gal that has the same physique that I do, put the female parts on her and some blonde hair, and we're good to go. You know, that's why I made the
Set.
joke about Sean Baker with blonde hair. So that's my type.
Your food bill will be a lot though.
Well, that's true.
Rich wife.
Yeah. Okay, you know, it's like a friend of mine says, I wouldn't want to think about what kind of kids you would have. Like, well, I think it'd be pretty good. You know, you got some super tall gal and tall, skinny guy. You'd probably have a bunch of tall, crazy kids, a bunch of mad scientists
Yeah.
running around.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I don't. I kind of have an idea of what my child would look like because my brother had a child a year ago, so I can kind of see like, oh yeah, they look a bit like that. So that's enough for me. I don't think a child's in my future, to be honest.
Probably
Not
not. I
saying
know
that negatively. I'd like
I'm
to be a
too
father, but
I'm too old, so I don't have to worry about that. But if I was 30 years younger, then, you know, that would be a possibility. And I see that
yeah.
Thomas has a question.
Oh, hello. Hi, Thomas. I know some people add egg yolks to their coffee. Is that okay to have? I'll just stop trying to find ways to add food to your food or drink. Cook your food, put it in a plate, leave it. You want 4 eggs? You cook 4 eggs. That's part of your meal with a bit of leaner meat. Okay, eat that. Next day, eat the same thing. Next day, you might have a bit of bacon instead. You might swap out chicken thighs to drumsticks. You might have a strip steak versus ground beef. Keep it so simple. That's my suggestion. But if you're gonna have it, it's not the worst thing to have. At least it's got some good healthy cholesterol in it, some vitamin A, some riboflavin, B vitamins, choline. If it helps you stick to your diet more adherently, then yeah, go for it. But I would strongly suggest stop adding food to your food altogether. I would have done that about a year ago. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I'll leave it on that. But if you have any other questions, Thomas, I'm just submitting them in the chat and I'll ask and answer them. Yeah, and you just said good tip, make it simple. Yeah, but the simpler it is, Thomas, the better. Like when I'm as a bodybuilder, when I'm preparing for competition, my food bracket might be in the off season, say 5 or 6 animal foods a day, maybe. I don't know. On a busy day, I'm having lots of different things. On a competition phase, it might be 3 to 4 different animal foods. Less to worry about, less to think about. So that's what I've kind of found. But yeah, what's your take, Rick? I'm just gonna let Joe on now as well. Let her say hello.
Personally, I like to keep it simple. I agree with Jonathan. Why make things unnecessarily complicated when you can just do it simple? If you want to eat something, eat it by itself. Hello. Where's the little menace?
Can you hear me? I can't hear you guys.
You're very faint.
That's a bit quiet, Joe.
Yeah.
I think your mic might not be turned on or something. So check the StreamYard audio input microphone. Make sure it's connected.
Don't worry, I'll come back. But I'm just glad I came on to say that Rick is indeed tall, dark, and handsome, very handsome. And I think you're an absolute
Absolutely.
dish, Rick. And anyone who is out there looking will be very lucky to have you. So, yes, you're a great friend. You're a wonderful guy. I love spending Saturdays with you. And yes, I'm going to get going. So I can't hear a word you're saying, folks.
I appreciate
Oh
that.
no. You look,
Oh, and Jonathan's all right too.
you look great, Joe.
Jonathan's a good-looking guy too.
I'm all right.
Yes, very glad to be part of the Carnivore Muscle fan club.
I've got a fan club now, guys.
There you
I'm
go.
nearly an influencer. Then I can start charging people $1,000 an hour. Cheers, Joe. Yeah.
There you go. Well, that's it. Well, again, you know, some people just have good taste. Most people don't, but some people do.
Who would have put me, a traditional masculine white man, with her? That's the thing. You don't know in life, do you? It's always a bit different sort of thing. We do get along really well. We have we've got fond memories. I would like to see her more. We had 88 people as well live.
That's good. We're getting closer to 90. That's amazing. Thomas, do your N of 1. Okay. Yeah, Amy has some advice. The great thing about this community is that there are a lot of people out there that have different experiences that we can share. And a lot of times, you know, it's trial and error. None of this stuff is absolute. What works for some people doesn't work for others. If someone was trying to lose weight and they ate like me, they would probably get bigger.
Yeah, they most certainly would. Yeah, I'm just saying thanks everyone for the comments. I don't know what I'm saying, I'm typing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everyone sounds happy anyway, so we've not got any more trolls in the chat for a bit. So
that's good. I mean, it's kind of hard for the trolls to ruin it when everybody else is so happy. Amy, you are stunning.
Yeah.
I mean, Amy doesn't look bad. I don't know why she worries about losing body fat.
Amy, take it from someone that looks at physiques all day, every day, near enough. You're not overweight. You're not fat. You don't look bad. You look healthy. I know you've got health problems. I'm not being incognizant of that, but yeah, you're doing well, Amy. Just keep it up. Try not to overstress your body. Keep it simple.
I guess Thomas is comparing our head shapes.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we've all got a different shape. I mean, you're built more that way, thinner. It's just the way we are.
But, you know, some people like one, and some people like the other. Thanks, gonna check it out. She looks perfect. Yeah, a lot of people like the way that Amy looks. She doesn't look bad.
Yeah, they're not just saying that because the hell of it. I mean, people don't just say that.
This is a comment I can relate to. Has anyone been told they smell like raw meat because they're carnivore? A girl said to me, it's from the sweat in my pores. I'm really embarrassed for her comment to me, shower daily. I do. I smell like raw meat when I'm sweating. It's unavoidable. What are you going to do about it? Cover yourself with chemicals? I don't see it as being a bad thing, in my opinion. But yeah,
we all have our natural smell.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's my friend in Georgia. That's interesting. Let me see. Yeah, I'll call him later. They've been making hay and they've had all kinds of equipment problems, and he keeps wanting me to go there for a week and help him out. I'm like, look, I got a cat to deal with. Problems I'm working on, but I'll call him later. I told him, wait a minute. I did tell him I have a live. Maybe he'll pop in the live. I try to make friends with people. Well, he used to live down here, but I'd like to have more friends that were in the beef industry so I could get my hands on some delicious meats right from the source. I wouldn't have to go through the system.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna have a nap this afternoon. Can you tell? I look for coupons online. So there's maybe 5 different grocery stores around here, maybe, or 5. I'll subscribe to each of them. Then I'll use my the AI attached to my Gmail account to work out which supermarkets have deals at that current time. So I'll be like, I want to buy a big order with lots of salmon in it. Which supermarkets gives me coupons for salmon soon or something like that. So I do save money on most shops I do. So I'd say I probably spend about 90% of what the average shop price is on food. Just like you, I know you check out the leaflets sometimes, the pamphlets, and try and find deals that are on, like, oh, it's a pound, $3 for a pound of this or whatever. So yeah.
Sometimes I eat from the dumpster. Let's see. Yeah, beef is just
depends what dumpster they. Yeah.
I get I get all kinds of stuff from the dumpster. Although lately it's been scarce because everything's so expensive. But if I could have enough contacts of people that raise cattle, I could cut out the whole grocery system because my lifestyle's simple. I wouldn't even have to hardly go to the store because if I stocked up with meat, I would never have to go to the store. I'd get some ducks, pigs, chickens, cow. I mean, one cow would last me for several months. So I think in many ways, if I was able to get directly at the source, it'd be a lot easier. I think the biggest obstacle is processing the meat because a lot of people, like I live in the suburbs, but imagine somebody lives in an apartment, they're not going to be able to process their own meat.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a supermarket over here called Waitrose. You'd love it. It's got like all the finest everything in it, pretty much. Very expensive, Rick. It's like the equivalent of your Whole Foods, I imagine.
Yeah,
something like that. Like an expensive premium sort of shop. Like the only people that go there are like rich elderly people, really. It seems. But, if you went out the dumpsters there, sometimes I imagine they've got some like premium, mature, grass-fed, organic ribeye steaks in their bin sometimes.
I got some.
If they've not sold it on.
I got some from the Sprouts Market over here. They got a good dumpster in the back. The problem is there was some homeless people hanging out there. The one guy, I think he was on some kind of drugs or something. I keep something in my pocket just in case somebody becomes a threat. But this guy was really weird, and hopefully the police have picked him up. But yeah, usually I'll hit the dumpster and there's nobody there. And if anybody asks a question, I'm getting food for my ducks. That's what I tell them. Ducks? Yeah, I feed the ducks. Oh, that's interesting. I feed myself with some of it.
I just got to bring up this comment. It's quite funny. Rick and I don't shop at Whole Foods. We go to the Half Foods instead. We buy like a chicken drumstick with half the drumstick in it, but all the meat. Imagine. Yeah. There's probably like places out there where they sell like what it is, but they've taken off like a bit of it, but left like the edible portion and be like, oh, we're selling half the drumstick.
I saw this comment earlier from Jerry. What is this Dr. Boz ratio? I keep seeing this nonsense.
It's, I believe, someone will say in the chat, obviously, but I believe it's something like your blood glucose in American units divided by your ketone measurement, something like that. Half of it.
Okay.
So it's a load of shite, basically. It's an arbitrary indices of two different things which don't measure long-term or short-term health outcomes or what your body's doing accurately at all. Evidence to support my claim comes from the fact that my Dr. Boz ratio, if someone else had it and they're worried about it, would be crap. Yet I'm walking around at below 6% body fat right now.
Yeah,
I don't like. Yeah, sorry, Karen.
No, I don't really understand the people that are taking all these measurements. I think that in many cases, it's like Jonathan was saying, you could have one measurement. It's like testosterone measurements. It could be low one day, high the next day. And you're going to your body's constantly doing this, and it's like moving target. I would say it's better to go by results, how you feel over time, than to try to worry about. Because even Dr. Baker one time, he said his testosterone tested low, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person that would have low testosterone. So,
yeah, it's not just that. It's not just these hormones, guys. I think we're too myopic sometimes. We're reductionists. We sort of say, "Oh, your insulin is this, therefore that." It's like, yeah, but what does the rest of the body do? Yes, there are blood markers we have that can indicate, in a more pure sense, oh, you've got more glycation, you've got insulin resistance, you've got diabetes, you've got inflammatory disorder, or something will pop up, like an enzyme mark, something like that. Yeah, you can kind of figure it that way. But a lot of them, unless you have a few things, you can't picture it. So I get people say all the time, my creatinine is XYZ. And I'm like, yeah, but when did you test it? Oh, this morning. Oh, when did you, I don't know, get it? When did you last go to the gym? Oh, yesterday. That could be why. What's your EGFR? Oh, it's 100. Well, that's a good score. So your kidneys are clearly not suffering as a result of what you're doing right now. You know? Yeah. So I'll answer this question, then I'm going to have my lunch and have a little bit of a break for an hour or two. I'll come back on after. But yeah. So he said, "What area of the UK from my daddy was from Wimbledon? Love your dialect and actually don't listen." Thank you, much appreciated, Susie. Hopefully I'll get to see you on these channels a bit more soon. So I'm from Bournemouth in Dorset, and the town is specifically called Christchurch. It's south central as you can possibly get, unless you probably lived in like the Isle of Wight, which I don't. I'm not far from the beach. I'm also living near the New Forest, and my accent is what I call a standard British accent or English accent. I don't have a London twang. I don't have a southwest farmer accent. I don't have a Midlands accent. I've got just a basic English accent. I don't think it's the same in the US. Like in the US, you've got East Coast, West Coast, and South accents, generally speaking, like the way they could come across. But mine is no. So I don't speak in a way that anyone would say I'm from a certain area, really. But saying that, if I'm around people like George for a long period of time, maybe a few days, I'll pick up some of his dialects. Or even a Bristolian dialect sometimes. So yeah, but yeah, much appreciated. That's where I'm from. And cheers, Spanky. I see your chats, messages in the chat.
Let's see. Tomatoes, slow carb. All right, so we have a lot of hellos, and let's see. Yeah, extra skin, losing over 100 pounds. I need to be good coffee. Okay. Work is horrible in black coffee. I never understood the appeal of coffee.
You can take it or leave it. I have one. Said before I have one, but then I might not have one for months. I didn't actually have the coffee recently, I don't think. I think I keep saying, I'm going to make a cup of coffee soon. I just could be on. Yeah, I'm going to head off now for a little bit. If anyone does want to join the live chat, feel free, obviously, because it's Rick's channel, Rick's show, really. Please do. Rick's welcome to post the invite link in the chat. I'll probably hop on again in about an hour or two when I feel a bit ready. Give my back a bit of a break.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right. Cheers. I'll see you in a bit.
All right. Thanks for being here, Jonathan. All right. So now Jonathan didn't get to this question, but I'm going to mention my experience with this because I've never been that great at doing pull-ups. But one of the things that I found that helps is if you can, well, basically, it depends on what you're doing it on. I think everybody can do at least one. If you can't do one pull-up, then that could be a bit of an issue. But what I did, I just sort of went through the motions. So I put a box under the bar, and then I was able to hold on to it. I was using my feet. If you can get, in other words, when you're all the way up here, it's harder to do it. But as you go further up, it becomes easier. Just start from a higher point and do it from there, and then you can lower it down. That's the technique that I've used. I do about maybe 5, and that's about all I can do. So, but I'm sure that over time it'll get better. Maybe back later, got to run, not literally for now. All right. And let's see. And Karen Harrington, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. And over 100 pounds is astounding. You're living your purpose. Okay. So let's see here. You guys are not that skinny and look very shiny. Whatever. Okay. Mitch got me drinking black coffee at times. Well, there you are. Where is Mitch? He was here earlier, but I guess maybe the live stream didn't work the way he wanted to. You get free coffee at work. That saves you money. All right, let's see. A lot of the machines in gyms have instructional decals on them if you stick to the machines at first. That's a good point. That's a good point. But again, you could look online and see. It's not that complicated, at least to understand how they work. Now, in terms of making progress, that's why we have people like Jonathan that you can consult that have done it and have a proven success rate. So let's see here. Big fatty coffee at 6 a.m. Well, there you go. I pay $1 for my coffee, but I have rewards, so I get free sometimes. Well, there you go. Sing Michael Jackson. Why would I sing Michael Jackson? Frank Sinatra, maybe, but not Michael Jackson. Great advice. Yeah, machines at the gym. There you go. We grew up in Wimbledon, then moved away from South London to Wales and Devon. Okay. Planet Fitness has an app with videos, so you can watch them before you use it. Well, there you go. And Planet Fitness is designed for people that are not familiar with the gym. Remember, most gyms make their money from people that don't go. The idea is to get people to sign up for a gym membership, and then at least maybe they go for a little bit, and then after a while they just lose interest, but they keep paying the membership. They make it very difficult to cancel the membership. Oh, it's an 8-year-old from the Philippines. That's funny. I like that. Right now the promotion is with reward. Buy 4 and get the 5th free. Okay, so you're talking about the coffee. Jonathan. Now, please, when you spell his name, it's Jonathan. And I understand for some people it's not a big deal, but we need to respect Jonathan. He likes to have his name spelled correctly. So why not do it? He's giving you his time for free. He's not asking you for anything. Can you at least show that consideration? I would hope so. All right, so let's see what else we have here. I'm so full, I just had pasta. Well, that's great. That's great. If you know what I think? I think Blah is actually one of my ducks. I think what happened was the ducks that were coming around here, and then one of the ducks, they figured out AI. So they figured out how they could go, and then AI would translate it into English. And that's probably the reason why those comments are coming through a little bit unusual. I'm a huge fan of making my own rubs, so I can make a tasty chicken or meat dish without a sauce. But what also works is sauce substitute is scrambled eggs. Try adding your minced beef. Well, there you go. I like ground beef all by itself, but some people do like stuff added. Free coffee Fridays. That's nice. Poses wearing less than anyone else I know, but at least he's in good shape. Yes, he definitely is in good shape. Okay. Hello, Cleverbot. I get to eat not sardines this morning. Well, there you go. I know the sardine thing is popular. Sardines are a little expensive, so I don't eat them that often. But I do like sardines. I'm tired. Well, time to rest. Still a bit insecure for gym, so I have a 12-kilogram kettlebell and 60. Well, there you go, David. That's something. I mean, obviously, and kettlebells can definitely be quite a workout. It's almost like you're carrying stuff. That's like me carrying a transmission. I want to see you tomorrow. Pretty good. All right. So let's see. Amy. And we're back to this. It's got to be some AI thing. And there is Matthew. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. And by the way, I'm going to be posting a link. If you want to join in to our live chat, you can do that. Matthew is a very inspirational and long-term carnivore. He's been carnivore for 3 years. And he's had all kinds of improvements. And it's hard to imagine because I believe he was on what he believed was a healthy diet before he got into the carnivore lifestyle. But he is now definitely in the carnivore lifestyle. Don't want to do a sardine fast. So let me do this, and I'm going to go ahead. It rest smells bad like a fish. All right, whatever. Whatever. Soaking up this gym info. Thank you for giving me the time and direction. I will check out the channel, Jonathan, and follow the advice from my friends here. Well, My Carnivore Chronicles, I appreciate you doing that. And I really hope that you have success at the gym, because I think the gym, most people, I'd say everybody over 60 needs to go to the gym, unless you're a farmer or you're somebody that works hard. And if you work in an office, I think you need to go to a gym. I believe people who live in cities, people who don't do a lot of physical work, they really should have a strength training program, because realistically, your body's going to take the path of least resistance. And if you don't work it, you're going to end up falling apart. It's interesting how that comes together. Lots of pasta, bread, bland plants make you tired, low on energy. Better to eat lots of fatty meat, eggs, butter. Yeah, I don't eat bread and pasta, and I got plenty of energy. How many people do you think could just work all day without a problem? Feel so amazing on it, inflammation. Yeah, there you go. The results are very easy to see. I'm super socially awkward in real life form. Well, you can work on that. I think the longer you go carnivore, the less you're going to be worried. I will talk to anybody. I think it's one of those things that I like to do. I like to meet people. The only problem is around here, most people don't want to speak English. Question for Jonathan: for new carnivore, eating hot dogs, processed meats. Well, Jonathan's not here. He'll be here later. I would avoid the processed meats myself. But on the other hand, I think, hot dogs are not the worst thing. It all depends on the ingredients. If you have a list of ingredients, don't eat it. You have 2 ingredients or something like that, should be fine. Me, I'd rather just go grab an iguana or duck. Okay. I'm going to have to get rid of that other, I don't know what's the thing. Rick is on it, Jonathan. There you go. Or Rickolas, as Liz always says. I think I saw Liz earlier. If you're still here, I think Liz also has a live at this time. So, or is it Rick then and Jonathan? Well, there you go. It's hard to say. All right. What is this live for? What is this live for? It's just so that you can have a little bit of a chat with some of the people you may or may not know. I didn't sardine. I like bacon. Yes. And you like bacon and you like butter. And Erin's been making progress too. She's been losing body fat. She's doing that, the hula hoop thing, which I think is kind of interesting. She's also very creative in the kitchen. Yeah. Still need to lose 20 pounds. Okay. You're a troll. All right. It takes one to know one, right? Leave me alone. This is for Jonathan and Rick. Do you ever eat beef or chicken heart? Yes. I have videos of eating beef heart and chicken hearts. So if you look through my videos, you'll see that you just look for the word heart and you'll see me eating duck hearts. And yes, I do eat them when I can get them. I got a ton of leftover pork roast to eat first. Will last a week. I knock out one of those roasts in 3 meals. 3 days is gone. In fact, I'm going to finish the other one for lunch today. Pork chops are 99 cents a pound at Winn-Dixie. Whenever someone calls me bro, I feel like I'm being threatened. Yeah, right? This guy's serious. I'll ask my new carnivore question on Carnivore Live and see you in the next live, folks. Well, that's good. Catch you on the next one. No baby here. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Aaron. I don't often fast, but sometimes I eat fast. Sometimes I eat food that's fast, like iguana. Thank you, Jonathan. Creatine, okay. There's no amount of fasting you can get rid of excess skin. Genetics. There are other options you can try. I'm sure Jonathan will be happy to help you. 30 days off-putting, Okay, that's good. So we saw that comment earlier. 23-hour eating window seems to be working. Well, there you go. That works. I get called bro at least once a day, and I don't have bro parts. Okay. Yes. Please spell his name correctly. Ignore me. That didn't make sense. All right. I will catch up eventually. Oh. Don't give trolls your energy. It's what they're after. Yeah, exactly. 23-hour fasting window. Okay. I will call you raw then. Okay. There was a joke about that. How Ford guys get a bra off or something like that. I don't even want to say it. But it was a picture that went around. Clients for telling him, I've coached like hard. Jonathan, there we go. Spelling correctly now. See, Susie Marsh is a real person. I met her. She's awesome. So it's probably just a spelling thing. Hi, Jonathan. Hi, Rick. I greet you from Frankfurt, Germany. Well, let's see. Why? All right. Well, I'm glad that you're here. We appreciate everyone that drops into there. Jonathan. Okay. Yellow Rose. And we're getting close. We are getting close. All right. Thoughts on mayo? I don't eat it. It's full of seed oils. I've taken old mayo and taken the seed oils out of it and used it as fuel for my diesel. I would not do it. Now, if you want to make your own, you can make it from lard or duck fat. We call each other matey as a term of endearment. Well, there you go. That makes sense. You are obese. Oh, I don't know. Susie is definitely not a troll. Yes, she's a real person, an energetic one. Ask Mitch. He knows. Let's see here. I call my okay. Other than their name, I'll speak, but sometimes not address them at all. There we are. Spelled that wrong. Don't come after me, Susie. Okay. All right. We're on the challenge. Enjoyed your videos recently on salvaging your old cars, restoring one of your Chargers. We'll make good future videos. Yes. Would love to see any old pictures of you with your cars. I'm going to dig those up. The Dodge Charger is my favorite car. I know a lot of the internet influencers. Their dream is to live in a black, white, and gray box on Brickell Avenue and drive a Lamborghini or Ferrari. That would be horrifying for me. My dream is to drive a 1969 Dodge Charger with a 440 and ice-cold air conditioning and live in a house in the country that's a modern, space-age, long, ranch-type house surrounded by cow pastures with cows munching all over the place, a garage full of stuff. That's the Rick way of living. I'm not going to live stacked and packed over a bunch of fake internet personalities. 69 watching at that time. What time was that? 9:26. So I am way, way behind. So let's get this here. I see 72. All right. These comments keep popping up. Old cars look like they were retrieved from the bottom of the ocean. They're from South Florida, so they're super rust buckets. How different is diet dialed in between 50% and 10% body fat? That depends on the person. I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to how you feel and how you perform. All right, let's see here. Good morning from Leslie and the Carnivore. Well, good morning, my friends. Don't feel bad, Rick. I just had chicken legs in my freezer. Excuse me. Got to be careful when you swallow the water. I've been listening, but had to chime in defense of Susie. Definitely not a troll. Too high positive energy. Yes, I said that. Absolutely. And it's good to see that Gary is here, alive and well. I like women that like me. Isn't that what it all boils down to? Mm-hmm. All right. I think I swallowed that the wrong way. Oh. Ah. I don't like women that way. Excuse me. Let me get some water here. I'm going to, let me see. Where is that video? Excuse me. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I don't see it. Oh well. Let's see. I had some interesting videos that were sent to me, but for some reason, I don't see them. Oh well. Okay. Huh. Anyway, let me go back to the comments here. A little. Good morning. That sounds delicious. Let's see. Why do some women assume they need to have cosmetic work done to please me? That's a good question. I don't know. And Annabelle is here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. Milton hasn't made an appearance yet, but I think he would. I should have think my child would look like. All right. I'm going to get into the triple digits today. Wow. I'll get this eventually. Please don't take it the wrong way. And Rick isn't going to starve. Might have to catch more iguanas sometimes or ducks. That's true. That is very true. Woke the rest of the family. Okay, we're going to get this going one way or the other. All right. Time to make the bacon. What about muscle women? Well, there's some muscle women that are very attractive. You know, a blonde muscle gal, that sounds like something very interesting. So that's just my opinion. They're usually short, but that's okay. Keep it simple, simple. Yeah, right? Or keep it simple, stupid, some people say. And Gary, it's the Home Alone girl. Well, there we are. And all right. We're getting there. It's only a matter of time. That struck a chord with me. Stop adding food to food. Yes, I agree with that. We appreciate you. Going to teach a class. All right. Well, I'm glad that you were here. Thank you for dropping in. And that was about, it's been a while. We're getting there. Don't rely on your genetics to guess about kids when someone else is in the mix. DNA goes where it wants to. Okay. All right. Oh, we have a hello from the weight of me. Well, hello. Glad that you are here. And Spanky Golf Addict. I haven't seen you in a while, but you're off to golf, so that's good. Cheers, everyone, for the comments and the feedback. We appreciate that. Leaving for college, be all alone, but have less stress on a daily basis. And that might actually be a good thing, except for the 40-plus cats. There we are. You need to make a video of Rick and Rick had. Well, there, I think he almost did. That would be kind of interesting. Rick, I can't eat like you. I would explode. Exactly. You cannot eat like me. Amy is smoking hot. Watch out, Amy. Amy's married. Don't forget. Gary, my cigar emoji. Well, there we are. Gary likes his cigars. Amy is absolutely gorgeous. Look at all the people that like Amy. See? We're a lot of supportive people here, and I appreciate that. And let's see. What else do we have? We have Juan Tihi. Okay. And we could hear you, Joe. Yes, that's been a while. I think Amy is gorgeous. Thomas likes you too. See? Amy's a rock star. That's right. This is not a rock star. I'm an elevator music star because that's what I like. I'm not a rock and roll kind of guy, even though I have a rock and roll microphone. Hello, Joe. I kind of like this where the microphone is down. I just had to train myself not to hit the arm that holds it. And I think it helps avoid some of the noise from the air conditioner. Nice CB looks like the one I'm puffing on the show. Well, there you go. And let's see. Come on. We'll get you eventually. It has taken years. Finally being dutiful about maintaining a room. So, okay, well, burning hot curling iron left on in the room. Well, there you go. Yeah, let's see. All right. Hi, Jonathan and Rick. Okay. Amy is a stunner. See? Joe likes Amy. I know you've had your struggles. Hopefully it'll work out. Well, yes. And yeah, well, we know. Hey, Jonathan likes her too, you know. And yeah, is a hottie also. See, most men don't want stick figure women. They like women who are a little bit larger and they have a good personality. I think if you have a good personality and you're a little bigger, you got an advantage over somebody who's a stick. Because, I mean, if you want a stick, just plant a tree. I mean, what's the point? I use essential oils to make sure I smell different to raw meat. Well, I smell like raw meat sometimes, and you know what? I don't care. In fact, I tell people, if you don't like the way I smell, you don't have to get around me. Anyone that's been around me knows that I'm not like a homeless person. I mean, come on. But if you're working outside, you're going to be sweating. You're going to smell like something. And I'd rather be smelling like raw meat, which is something I actually like. If somebody around me smelled like raw meat, it would make me hungry because I do like raw meat. So, but if you smell like a dumpster, forget it. Did you like the bacon? Yes, Barry. I had bacon in the morning. That is actually the best bacon I've ever had. It doesn't have that kind of sickeningly sweet taste to it. It's really good bacon. Absolutely delicious. And I've been having half a package every day. So up, and Jonathan has returned. There he is. Okay. Too many eggs makes you smell. Is that the sulfur? It might be. All right. Me and Rick don't shop at Whole Foods. We go to Half Foods. Yeah, I saw that was a funny comment. Okay. I'm going to catch up with these. It's only a matter of time. Okay, let's see here. Oh, glucose divided by ketones. Always been more attracted to dad bods. That's, I mean, I'm not sure what the dad bod really is, but obviously you don't have to have six-pack abs to be attractive. Oh, there's Jonathan. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Hi. Jonathan let me in.
Yes, glad to have you here. What's going on?
I am just glad to be here. Hi, everybody.
Well, that's great. I'm glad I didn't scare you away. I have a tendency to scare people away.
No, you're fine, Rick. I love watching you guys in the morning on Saturdays.
That's awesome. It's amazing that anyone would take their time to watch someone like me. I'm not entertaining like some of the YouTube personalities.
I don't follow a lot of the big name people. I find that some of them are just a little slightly annoying. Other than Jonathan, I love him.
Well, that's good. Yeah, some of the big name people, they just keep repeating themselves, and then they have these clickbait thumbnails, and I kind of got over it. You'll notice you don't see me on some of their channels anymore.
Yeah, I kind of left the big mainstream carnivore community just because of a lot of nonsense that I didn't want to be a part of. So
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It just, to me, it seemed like it's a popularity contest, and it's not really helping the cause.
agreed.
Let's see. And I'm still trying to catch up with these comments. If I ever do, it'll be a miracle.
It's a lot.
But you know what? For somebody that has a small channel that like I do, it's amazing how many comments I get, because I've seen channels that have 100,000 subscribers that don't get this many comments.
Yep, that is true.
Golden Girl, conversation this morning is excellent. You're offering good information. Thank you both. That's why we team up. And it's Jonathan's idea. I never asked him to be here. He asked me if I wanted to team up with him, and that's what I did, because it just seems logical. I would feel guilty about bothering him to come on my channel because Jonathan's time is valuable, but it seems like it works out really well.
I think it really does. It's been working really well for the both of you.
Mm-hmm. I get more views on these dual live streams than on my regular ones. There's Aaron, the carnivore-ish guy. Good morning, all. Just working away. That's good. Hey, if you can work and listen, that's even better.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me get through this, and then we can have a little conversation. Family of tomatoes, a one little tomato. Okay. So I'll catch up. So making a joke. Thomas likes to make jokes, which I think is kind of interesting. I like the sense of humor that he has. And I know for a while Thomas got discouraged because Jonathan gave him some direct advice, but I see that he's recovered and he's come back online just like I said he would. I said, give him a week. He'll be back. It's part of the process. I think that for a lot of people, it's not just the diet. There's a mental process that caused a person to become unhealthy in the first place. And I think that once you get on the diet, you're actually breaking through the mental barriers. It just takes time. It's not going to happen overnight, just like you won't lose weight overnight. But the thing is that we're here to help you. We're not here to tear anybody down. I don't think any of us, other than the trolls, would want to tear us down. Yeah, veggies are nasty. Brussels sprouts are the worst. They make your house smell like a toilet. Let's see. Morning, Terry. Man, am I ever going to catch up? What time am I on right now? I'm on 9:48. Wow. Okay, I'm catching up. I'm getting closer. Grandma made me sleep in. I walked 4 days in a row. Veggies are just a lot of trouble. Yeah. And then they go bad all the time in the refrigerator. I'm reading this. Okay. Let me see if I can hit any of the comments that are specific to us. Speak text spells names wrong. Yeah, that was a comment I was making. Speak text spells names wrong. Let's see. Make hay when the sun shines. Yeah, that's right. Go get sunlight. Hey, that's right. Came over from Jonathan's channel, Kimberly Russell. All right. And let's see. Okay. Anyway, how much more do I have to go? Hello, everyone. Okay. For some reason, I like to catch up with the comments. If I don't catch them early, they get away from me fast. Rick would need about 20 cans of sardines. Yeah, I can eat a lot of sardines. I'm a big eater. I don't know why. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting close. Oh, okay. Annabella had to sleep. Glad that you were here. And let's see. Amy. I see that Gary's being more active. Good morning, Rick Rodriguez. Well, good morning. I am so glad that you have come back. I know when you were fasting, you weren't very active, but I guess now. And then Spanky's off to play golf. There you go. And I hope you enjoy your game. And here's another one of our great carnivores, Michael Pregler, just got home from farmer's market. Another rainy day here in Iowa. Well, I wish you'd send some of it here because we got brush fires and it's dry as a bone here. I came over from Jonathan's channel. That's right. I think old people like the gym for the social aspect. That's another thing. If you get enough older people to go to the gym, you might have the younger gym guys and gals, and then you have the older people. Maybe they could cross the generational barrier. That might be another way of doing it. I don't know why people would rather sit in a chair than go out and do something active. I don't understand that. Something in my days. Okay. Well, anyway, let me see. Do I have any more questions here? Yeah, gym is a great place to chat to people. I agree with that. And there's Joe. I've made a lot of friends at the gym. See, that's a good thing. Oh, I'm over 60. Going to the gym is not on that list. I'll die tomorrow. Well, hey, it's not for everybody, but you're probably active otherwise. We eat the hearts from all the critters we kill. They're good. See, Michael Regular, that's right. All right. My brother-in-law is Jonathan, so spelled the same way. Autocorrect never changes it. Okay. You have to be already kind of social for the gym to be social. That's true. And let's see. True Wendy, no gym for me. Aren't social, only to hook up with other gymnies. Well, maybe if you eat foods that created less than 100 years ago. Yeah, you're not. That's true. If you're eating anything that's processed, I hit the gym several times a week at 5 a.m. It's always the same crew, all there for our health. Well, there you go. Makes the hunt more challenging. What brand refrigerant recovery machine do you recommend? I have a very old one. I mean, I have a Robinair that somebody basically got rid of because it was broken, but they are expensive. You can actually buy a cheap one off of Temu or just off of Amazon. They're all basically the same. There's really no difference. As long as it doesn't leak and it works, that's all you want. Is full over people just being social, taking forever on equipment. Okay, good morning from Vampire. Good morning to Rick. And lovely to see you today. I hunt with longbows and curves for the challenge. Yes, I like crossbow for catching iguana. Kiss me, I love everyone. All right, Michael. Okay, let's see. Do I have any more? Shoot them in the head with a rifle. Got my last buck with a spine shot. There you go. I don't blame any Jonathan for not liking spelled properly. Time, understand, but after that. Okay. And the gym, if you can't hit it hard, you don't know what you're doing. That's true. Some people spend all day in the gym, but like you said, maybe they're looking for a hookup. The only healthy seed oil is olive oil, other grain pollen. Yeah, that's true. Lard animal fats are metabolized correctly. I agree with that. Kim, do you want to come on the stream? Well, you did. There you go. Jonathan got you in there. Stacked and packed NYC here. I'll live and die in this. Hey, if you like it, that's great. I can't deal with it. And okay, when I comment, it's been several times. Okay. Question for Rick. How did you cook your beef heart? I have one in the freezer. What I did, I think normally I'll boil it, but you can actually cook it in lard. Oh, there's Jonathan. Okay. Oh, I have 3 racks of baby back ribs from Lance. I'm almost there. I look unapproachable in the gym because I have that kind of face. If you start talking to me, I smile and become your best friend. There we go. And for Lance, Jonathan is a standard. Yeah. Anything else, a modern invention to be different. That is very, very true. And let's see. There are people in the gym. Okay. I'm part of that crowd. Happily married. There you go. And yeah, 45 to 1 hour. Okay. That's about right. Just getting back in the chat. And I know you usually have a live at 11. Work kept me out for too long. I don't know if you have one today, but did you want to come on the stream? Okay, it went back to that one. Why did it do that? Oh, hold on. What's Kimberly's backstory? Well, we're going to get to that. Let me go ahead and let me see if I can. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I don't think I'll ever knock these comments out. They just keep. I think StreamYard behaves a lot differently than does what I'm used to. Let me see. Oh, my goodness. Wow. All right. Let me double check if there's any comments here. And let's see. Woman needs curves. Okay. Wow. Shopping cart at Costco. I do tend to look at shopping carts. I don't see any. I'm good now, Rick. Jonathan, I hope all is well with you. I don't see any outstanding. Wait a minute. Lunch is good. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to go through. All right. Let me see if there's anything else. My feelings exactly. I don't see any comments. So what I'm going to do, we're going to talk to Kimberly. We're going to get that backstory because Jonathan wants to know what your backstory. He's asking me. So let's talk about it.
Okay, so my backstory is I actually used to be 250 pounds.
Whoa.
Yeah, and the last time I weighed that was in 2018. Um, I came down from Maryland, where I'm originally from, and down to Tennessee for a vacation. And while I was on my way down here, I ended up we stopped at Cracker Barrel, and these lovely young ladies decided to make a comment about my weight and said that my husband was too good looking to be with someone like me.
Wow, that's
And
terrible.
that was like my aha moment. I was just destroyed by that. And so I started keto like not too long after that, after we moved down here to Tennessee. And I started intermittent fasting and all of those things. And I just kept on trucking. I lost about, and I know I misspoke on my interview with Jonathan, but I lost about 100 pounds originally with keto intermittent fasting. And I ended up having to have a complete and total hysterectomy because I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, hypermobility type. And with that, you have like a plethora of other health conditions that can come up. So I ended up having PMDD, which is like PMS on steroids. And so I tried for years trying to figure out how to treat that. And I found out that the only way to treat it was to have a complete and total hysterectomy. So at the end of 2019, after losing over 100 pounds, I had to have a complete and total hysterectomy in order to not lose my mind every month. Because no doctor wanted to treat me with hormone therapy. And so I ended up gaining weight after that, even though I was still like keto. I was gaining weight back and things like that because of hormone issues, and my hormones weren't right because I didn't have them anymore. And then I ended up gaining weight, and then my husband, well, sorry, backtrack. I ended up developing postural orthostatic tachycardia, or POTS for short, because I got the big bad word COVID in February, the following month after having or 2 months after having surgery. So I developed POTS and was almost bedridden for almost 3 years because of that. And my husband found Carnivore through something in his YouTube feed, and he's like, "Have you tried this?" Because I wasn't getting better. I was only getting worse. I was walking with a cane. I had put on weight again, and I couldn't function. So I started Carnivore, and I ended up, I think it was like 2021, 2020, 2022, somewhere around there. And ended up, I know I'm 6 years carnivore going on 7. So I ended up starting Carnivore and was doing all the things. I was doing higher fat at the time. I was eating a lot of ribeyes and things like that. And within 6 months after starting Carnivore, I ended up not having POTS anymore. It went into remission. I got off of all of my medications. I also was suffering from alopecia areata, and where you get like the bald spots like quarter size. And within 3 months after starting Carnivore, I ended up, my hair stopped falling out. I still have alopecia, but it's a different type. It's a hormonal one compared to the other one. So, but I have, since starting Carnivore, I've lost weight. I'm down a total of 125 pounds total. And then I've been working with Jonathan for the past year. He found me on Instagram, and he's like, "You're doing all the right things, but I think I could help you like get better." And he has totally changed everything for the better. I love working with him. So I no longer have to walk with a cane. I've been in remission from POTS for several years now. I am at the healthiest I've ever been. So.
Well, that's great. See, that's a testament to Jonathan's knowledge and his ability to work with people, because a lot of these channels, a lot of these influencers, they just have generic ideas that may work for some people, but everybody's a little bit different. The experience you've had is fascinating because, I mean, you've lost all the weight. You started with a keto diet, and then somehow things just started to go wrong. And then you got on Carnivore, and even with Carnivore, you still weren't reaching your optimal results until Jonathan got in there and helped you with it. So that's a really good testimony right there.
Yeah, I have found that with Carnivore, for me at least, the high fat route was not for me. I did the high fat, but the only part of that is that I had to do a lot of intermittent fasting in order to keep the weight down. And I'm like a pro at fasting. I've done every fast you can think of. So, and I actually don't fast anymore because of it. And when I stopped fasting, eating a high fat carnivore diet, I started gaining weight again. And that's when I'm like, I need to do macros. We need to like something is not right in my ratio here. So.
Well, that's it. And by the way, Jonathan and a couple of others had made comments that your audio is a bit low, which it is. And also Jonathan had suggested that if you wanted to, you could go to landscape view, but either way is fine.
Sorry.
There you go.
I'm getting my. Yeah. No. Oh, my earbuds are upstairs. I'm sorry. My earbuds are upstairs. My children said hello.
Ah, hello. Yeah, Jerry made a good point about Oprah. Oprah's been on the yo-yo diet for years.
Yes.
It's a shame that everybody goes for that marketing. They don't really try to do the research on their own.
Well, I did. Can you hear me better now?
It's still a little bit low, but I don't know. Might be the device settings.
I don't know.
I'm not at all that smart. I disagree with that, Ryan. I think you're a lot smarter than most. Kimberly is one of my best trainers. No smoke.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's excellent. Excellent.
Yes, I love working with Jonathan when it comes to training because I kind of put myself in the same mindset. I'm like, okay, Jonathan's in the gym. Jonathan pushes really, really, really hard. So how far can I push it?
Exactly.
I get a glare. There we go.
So I don't know. I'm not sure if you wanted to share that information, but are you willing to share your age with us?
I will be 44 next month.
Excellent. You look great, by the way.
Thank you so much.
You're probably, I mean, you're definitely on the lower body fat. I would say maybe 15, 16% or something like that.
You have to ask Jonathan. I think according to my calculations, it said that I was at 26%, but
Okay.
Jonathan may differ with that.
But it's really, I it's kind of interesting because what you were saying in the beginning when you started this, someone had made a rude comment about why would your husband want to be with someone that looked like that? And I don't know if that pushed you down or I think it pushed you forward.
So basically, yeah, that was the same thing that happened at my showcase that I did recently at my Slim to Fit showcase. Everybody kept asking me like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe somebody was that rude," and that's society. But it actually, that's what drove me. That's what pushed me because I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be that big anymore. I've always been a little pudgy since I was a kid. I've always been like overweight. And even at my thinnest, I was like skinny fat. I never really had a lot of like muscle on me. And I don't know, it just sent me like, I just didn't want to be that person anymore. I'm like, I want to be the best that I can be. I didn't want to be in a bed anymore. I didn't want to like, it just, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. And I think a lot of times people settle into a certain, I don't know, routine. And it's good enough. For them, it's good enough.
Yeah, well, my youngest daughter was born with a lot of health issues. And the whole reason why the weight crept up was because, one, I was trying to get pregnant and we didn't think I could get pregnant again. We had already had our first child and my first daughter, and we were like, we want to have another baby. And I was getting depressed with that. And there was some other things personally within my marriage that was, causing issues. And so, you just kind of start going through the motion and you just don't care. You give up at some point. And then we ended up getting pregnant, and then I didn't even gain that much weight during my pregnancy. I only gained like 30 pounds. But like after her being born and then being born with all these health issues, I stopped. I wasn't worried about myself anymore. I was worried about her and taking care of her and how can we get her healthy and fixed. So I kind of put myself for years on the back burner. And then now it's like, well, I can't keep putting myself on the back burner because then how am I going to help take care of my kids? how, if I'm unhealthy, then how can I continue to live for them? So that's when I started really working on getting myself where I need it to be.
Right. And you see, there's a question here from My Carnivore Chronicles, if you wish to consider that.
So having skin removal. So yes, it's really hard for me to read those, just so you know, Rick, because my glasses, that
Oh,
if otherwise they'll glare.
okay.
So, but I can see it. So yes, in order for me to do the Fitness Expo, which is next year or the year after, whenever I plan on doing it, because they do it every summer. They don't require me to have skin removal. But if I were to do one of the federations, like NPC or OCB or one of the other ones, they would require skin removal surgery. And that's something that I had already been looking in prior to even getting that information, because I do develop chronic skin infections in my belly button, due to the excess skin kind of folding over, and it doesn't get a lot of air. So it kind of like, no matter how much I clean it, it still can happen. But yeah, it is definitely one of something that I have to, because unfortunately in the bodybuilding world, in the federation area, they do, like, some judges will take off points and stuff for not looking perfect.
Right. Well, that's true. And again, because basically you had all that weight before. It's different than someone who is, let's say, never, like, for example, me. I've never had an infection, but I don't have any loose skin. I've always been skinny. I'm not. Yeah, I haven't been down that road. And I think a lot of times people don't take me seriously, because why are you going to listen to a guy like that who's never had those problems versus someone who has a problem? You've had all these issues, and people can look at you inspirational and say, look at what she was able to do. Maybe I can do it too.
Yeah, and like I tell people, like, I had been offered to be like a coach and things like that. I don't want to be a coach. I don't want to, and it's not that I don't want to help people. I just don't. I think there are people out there that are meant to be coaches, like Jonathan and some others. And Jonathan has great knowledge. I mean, his mind is, I think he has a very beautiful mind. And but me personally, I'm more of a cheerleader. I'm more of like a supportive person when it comes to things. So if, like, any of y'all need help, like, just having somebody to talk to, and just like, I'm struggling, you can reach out to me on my Instagram. I'm here to, like, cheer you on and try to point you in the right direction, but I'm not going to be like giving you macros or, telling you, training programs.
Exactly. And the link is there. Jonathan posted the link, so you can click on that. I'm one of the few people that doesn't use Instagram. I'm primitive over here. But then again, my idea of a phone call involves this. If you watch my channel, yeah,
I'm old school too. I'm so old school. Like, we're like very traditional here. So, like, my husband works. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Like, he makes all the financial decisions in our house, which I respect that, but he also works and pays the bills, and I take care of the house and the animals, and believe me, we have a lot of animals. And
I saw a black menace, I think, in the background.
So we have 3 cats. There's Jester, which is also known as Mr. Gyu. If you know anime, you'll know. We have Biscuit, and then we have Romeo. I also have like 20 chickens. And we have 2 rabbits that live indoor.
Chicken.
And we have a dog. And we have fish.
No ducks?
No ducks. My husband will not let me get them. But I love their eggs, and that's the whole reason why, like, that's why we have chickens, is because we eat their eggs. And so,
No heart
you know,
attack chicken yet?
no, no.
No, that's funny. Well, you know, if you can have some food handy, that's always a good thing. I can't see the link. Jonathan has me blocked. That's weird. How could you be commenting? That's strange.
Yeah.
I checked my list of users and nobody was blocked, but it might be a YouTube thing.
Mm.
But I mean, it's fascinating to me that so many people, they go online, they find these personalities and they follow them like a religion. This
Yeah.
doctor or this personality or whatever, and they're not getting any results. And yet that doesn't seem to be a problem. Rather than, like in your case, you got a lot of results with Jonathan's expertise. Why is it that other people don't see that? I don't know. They'll continue to do the same thing over and over again, and they don't make any progress.
I don't know. I think well, you have to be a very disciplined person, in my opinion. You have to not settle. And even prior to working with Jonathan, I didn't want to settle for mediocre. I mean, I kept pushing. I kept trying to research as much as I can to try to figure out how to get to where I got with Jonathan. Sometimes, though, we do need to reach out for help and find somebody that is well qualified to coach you through the process, at least to help you learn, so you can maybe go off on your own eventually. But I mean, I worked with another coach for a little while that was just a friend of mine, and he got me a little bit where I wanted to be, but not anything close to what Jonathan has done. And that person was wanting me to do carbs, like add back carbs in and all these different things. And I'm just like, okay, like I'm trusting you. And I was working out way more. I was spending way longer in the gym than I wanted to. And it just was not, I wasn't getting the results that I was hoping to get. And I think that person was trying to lean me out more than actually do anything else. But I learned things from him and I'm grateful for what he did for me. But Jonathan, on the other hand, has taken me through a whole nother level. And I have fallen completely in love with bodybuilding because of him. Even though I didn't go through the ringer of prep, which I can't wait to do because I'm stubborn like that and I like a good challenge. I'm not in the gym as long. I'm in the gym for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Sometimes the extra time is because I'm practicing posing for the division that I'm going for. And there are times where I have to sit and wait for machines to be available. So, but he has changed up my training. He knows my health condition and he makes it so I'm safe to push myself really hard in order to accomplish my goals. So he also takes the guesswork out of my macros. He's in charge. I just do what he tells me to do. So it kind of takes the stress off. But if you're dedicated and you want the results, you've got to really want it in order to make it happen. So.
Well, that's it. It's a mindset and a motivation. And I think a lot of times when you start to see the results, it becomes easier to motivate because, you know, you see what's happening.
Well, the thing is like take pictures like once a week or, progress is slow. There were some times when I was losing weight that like, it just felt like it was never going to happen. Like, oh, I'd lose 10 pounds here and 20 pounds here, but it was like, nothing looked different. Like, I still was big, and I just like, that's not like, am I doing this? Like, is it working? And you just have to keep going. Like, eventually you're gonna see the big changes. Eventually the clothes sizes are gonna come down. The measurements are gonna come down. You know, it's just, everything happens in different waves.
Exactly. And I think Jonathan makes a comment, my plans are always achievable by people. You would have to be a self-saboteur not to not get the projected outcome. So if somebody said they were doing it and they weren't getting any results, they weren't actually doing it. That's
Correct.
kind of what it would be. And I guess this whole thing has inspired you. You said you're getting into bodybuilding as well.
Yeah. So my goal is hopefully within the next 2 years. Right now I'm in a building phase. And I'm trying to put on as much muscle as I can, and also give myself time to come up with the funds for my tummy tuck, if at all possible. And the goal is in 2028 to hit the stage in the wellness division for my local fitness expo. So we're trying to put on as much muscle because that's what one of the judges had said for the Slim Fit transformation show, that I need to put on more muscle. So I've already can tell since the show that I've already put on muscle in my legs because my quads are starting to really pop. But that's the goal, is to be able to compete. I don't know if I'll ever hit NPC. NPC is like a dream, but in order to do NPC Federation, I have to have the skin removal. Expo, it's not required. They're willing to look past the skin and actually look at my figure, but I can't say that for the NPC judges.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's interesting because if you think about it, before you started all this, would you ever have thought about even competing in a bodybuilding contest?
Absolutely not. This was never in my, this was never even thought of. The drive was like really, after being in the gym and really working with Jonathan, and then just being surrounded in that environment at the gym, it changed everything. I had a lot of people within the bodybuilding world going, "You need to compete. You've got what it takes." I have a lot of people now, IFBB pros that are like very well known here in the US, that have reached out to me because they're like, "You have so much potential. Like, I would love to work with you." And I'm like, "Well, I have an awesome coach. His name is Jonathan."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not willing to leave him because he's put in the work with me, and I'm happy where I'm at. And they're like, "Well, good luck. Like, I'm going to follow you because I want to see, what happens, because you just got this great, you've got the passion for it." So,
Mm-hmm.
you got a question?
Yeah, it's a question. Kimberly, do you think you are better having the guidance with Jonathan than alone? Sometimes people can't do it alone, but refuse to get help, so never become their best self.
I definitely feel like I would not be where I'm at today if it wasn't for Jonathan. I don't need him to hold my hand. He gives me the information that I need, and I take it. So it's a I can't think of the word right now. It's a two-way street. So he gives me the information that I need, and it's up to me to apply it. If I don't apply it, if I don't follow through with what he's telling me to do, then I'm not going to get the results. So I would not be where I'm at today if it wasn't for him and for my self-discipline and self-motivation. I pay him, and so it's not just about me, it's about my coach, it's about my followers. Like, I don't want to let anybody down. So with him, helping me with the things that I don't quite understand. I'm able to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Also, notice you've seen Michael Pregler. He makes comments all the time. Resistance training, in my point of view, is a definite must, especially as we age. He will be 68 in less than 2 weeks, less than 10% body fat. He hit it hard.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. Less than 10% body fat at that age.
Mm-hmm.
That's, but again, it goes to show that it can be done. And there's very little excuse. A person who's otherwise healthy and able to move around, you look at Jonathan with all the issues that he has to deal with, and you see what he's been able to do. So how can a person make an excuse? Well, I don't have any energy. I don't feel good. I can't work out. Well, let's look at Jonathan. What has he been through?
Mm-hmm. He's been through a lot.
He's been through a lot, and he's still at it. So that's good. I just get very frustrated with a lot of older people that I know. Well, I'm too old. I'm too old. And it's like, no, you're not.
You're never too old. I go to the gym, and the time that I go, by the way, this is for the people that said about people hooking up and all this other stuff. It depends on what time of the day at the gym you go to. So in the early mornings, I find like between like 6 and 12, at least at my gym, you get people that are roughly around all of our age, like 40s, 50s, 60s, some 30-year-olds. Occasionally you'll get like the younger crowd, but the people that are around our age are not in there to hook up. They're in there to work and to get out. It's the older crowd, in my opinion, there in the 60s. I even have a gentleman that's in his 70s that he comes in and he works out. He's in his jeans and his flannel shirt and his suspenders, and he's got his hat on. And I smile at him every single day that I'm in the gym because he's there making the effort to stay healthy and keep moving. So I think you're never too old or young to start working out.
Well, that's true. And on our normal lives, people tended to be active. Before there was anything such as a gym, everyone had a routine. If you lived on a farm, you had chores to do. If you were working, you may have worked in a factory, or you may have worked as a tradesman or whatever, and you were always on the move. But with today's technology, people tend to be on the lazy side. They're to the point where they don't even want to go and get their own food. They have everything ordered, and they don't do anything themselves. So if that's the life they have, going to a gym and doing a structured workout, that may be the only thing that keeps them from just falling apart and ending up in a nursing home in their 70s.
Yeah. So Joe has a question, and she asked about my check-ins. Jonathan does have weekly check-ins, depending on what plan you're on for him. Right now, I do like every 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, depending on how things are going with my check-ins. When I was doing prep, it was weekly check-ins. I don't mind giving him. Jonathan is very thorough when it comes to his check-ins. He asks questions that you may feel like maybe like, wow, that was a little much. But the more information that you can give him, the better he can dial in your macros or your training program. He could better make suggestions on supplementation, or he can make suggestions about like, you need extra sleep, or you need an extra rest day. You may need to like back off of this. So the check-ins are very, very, very important. It's I do have to provide my weight. I take pictures and provide him pictures that are specific. Like he'll ask for different like poses or standing positions so he can look at your figure and see where things are changing. Because one thing about check-ins is that, especially with the photos, is that he can see things that we may not be able to see ourselves. So I can take pictures every single week, and I'm going to look and go, I'm not seeing any changes. But his eyes are different, and in a way that he's not seeing the same body every single day like we do. We see ourselves every single day. He's seeing it from a fresh eye, so he can see what we're not.
Mhm.
He'll ask you about your bowel movements, whether that's TMI or not. That just shows how your digestive system's working, and how he needs to change up. Do you need more fat in your diet? Do you not need more fat? So all of the check-ins are very important. They may seem tedious, but I actually look forward to them, and that's how I stay accountable myself. I do my own check-in on days that I'm not even doing an actual check-in with him. I will post pictures on my Instagram account just so like everybody else can see like how things are changing, to get a different perspective from other people that follow my Instagram account. So yeah, the check-ins are very important. And if you sign up to work with Jonathan, like don't skim on, just be very thorough. Like the smallest little detail is important to him.
Well, that's right. Well, that's what you have to do if you're trying to make serious progress. Every little
Yes.
detail has to be covered, because it doesn't take much to mess things up. It just takes a little bit of sand in the engine to blow it up.
Yeah, with me, like if I have like an event or something like that coming, like a birthday or something coming up, I'll be like, in my check-in, I'll be like, I have this day and this day. I'll give him dates, and I'll be like, okay, my birthday is on this day. My daughter's birthday is on this day. I'm planning on having an off meal. Am I okay? Like, is it okay at this point in my training that I can have an off meal? How much of an off meal can I have? Like, what's my lead way? And we're able to work that out. And he's never told me no. Like during prep, you gotta wait. But here's one of my cats now.
I see the whiskers.
Yeah.
Venice.
Yeah. She's a sweetheart, but she likes to attack my dog.
Cats are
But
funny.
yeah, they are. But no, it's he works with things, like he works with you. If you don't want to do like fully no carbs, he'll do that. Like if you're more keto, I think he'll work with that as well. I mean, he does try to steer you towards carnivore, which I think is the better option, but
Absolutely. Well, when you mentioned about things other than carnivore, are there other foods that you actually look forward to? Or have you become like me and you only eat carnivore?
so I was super strict carnivore for the longest time. Now, if it's like my husband's birthday and my oldest daughter's birthday was in July, and so I had a piece of cake. We went out to dinner, and I had a normal dinner out with them. Do I pay for it like the week of? Yes. I get a lot of inflammation. My body hurts, like I've got bruises all over my body if I have gluten or seed oils and things like that. But it goes away after a week. But I'll have like these are like every like holiday type things. Like I don't have them on the weekly basis. Now the only thing right now that I have every single day, and it's with breakfast, is a rice cake. One rice cake, and that is it. I have that with my yogurt and my protein powder mix, and I put my yogurt on top of my rice cake and I eat. That's what I have every morning as of right now. But the rest of my food for the rest of the day is all meat or chicken. I'll
It's
have
inter-
mustard.
Yeah. Mustard is the only condiment you'll find in my refrigerator. It goes good with burgers sometimes.
Goes great with everything. I slather that on.
I
Everything.
haven't had burgers in a while, but when I do, once in a while, I'll add it to my heart attack burger, and it doesn't seem to affect me. A rice cake, I can't imagine anybody would want to eat that. Does it do something for you, or you just like it?
Well, so it's kind of like So we started incorporating 20 grams of carbs during prep, and we've kept it on. It is something that I normally have prior to going to the gym. It has kept energy up when my energy was supposed to be low, especially when we were decreasing fats and stuff during prep. So I have it as, I guess, somewhat of a source of fuel, but it's really, I mean, it's so minute. It's just one little rice cake, and that's pretty much it. So I don't eat a lot of eggs because I found out that egg yolks actually, I'm sensitive to them. So I do have a lot of egg whites instead. So if I don't have like yogurt, like Greek yogurt, I'll have like egg whites in my protein shake.
Okay. Was that Jonathan's idea to add carbohydrates to the diet?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting.
We both kind of talked about it, like because I know like during prep there's a lot of bodybuilders that that do carbs during prep to kind of help fill the muscles up a little bit. And they also use it as a form of energy, like an energy source. But Jonathan could elaborate a little bit more on that. He knows more of the science behind it. But I think to me, it's a source of energy or boost. I use it prior to going to the gym, and then that's it. I don't have any more carbs for the rest of the day.
Right. That's interesting. So it goes to show that even Jonathan, the carnivore bodybuilder, does know how to use carbohydrates when necessary. And for some people, they seem to provide a benefit. Now, I'm not saying go Paul Saladino, because that would be a disaster.
No.
But and then if you're using rice cakes, you're basically using a glucose-only, non-fructose carbohydrate source. So instead of, let's say, eating a mango.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to mangoes and kiwis and bananas. I have a latex allergy, and apparently, according to my allergist from years ago, they were like, "That's why you can't eat those fruits." So, but yeah, I tend to stay away from fruits and honey. Unless it's suggested by Jonathan, I don't do it. I have the majority of my carbs come from my protein shake that I have, or my protein powder, which I use Levels protein powder because it's got the less ingredients in it. Like there's no fillers. So
That's it. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's the great thing about Jonathan, because he knows what to do when you run into some type of an issue. Try this, do that. And that's good. I just wish that more people would take the advice. And Kurt's here, which is great. Let's see. Yeah.
And if anybody has any more questions, I'm an open book to an extent.
Yes. As long as they are good questions and not troll questions. Those will be deleted. I remember the UK time. Okay. So we have, let's see here. Hey, Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
And I noticed we've had some other people come in. We had our friend Tim, who's also very much into fitness. I don't know if you've seen his channel, but
no, if you put your channels in, and feel free to come over to Iron Stability to my Instagram account. If you have an Instagram or a YouTube, just come over there and just like drop your info, and I'll come follow you.
That's it. There's a lot of good, very interesting channels that you'll find here. It's like I was saying earlier, you have sort of the carnivore influencers. Everybody talks about Dr. Barry. I hear this all the time. Dr. Barry, Dr. Barry.
He lives several hours from me.
But the question is, have you ever met him?
I have not met him.
Okay, there you go. Some of the other people I've had the privilege of meeting, but I tell everyone, Dr. Barry is way too busy. He's got way too many people following him. You need to find someone else. And then you have, some of the other carnivore channels that promote the diet. They have hundreds of thousands of YouTube subscribers, but good luck trying to reach them. And then,
I was affiliated with one specific group of people in the beginning of my carnivore journey. I had to leave that. I found that there was a lot of there's a dark side to some of the carnivore big name communities, and I just did not want to be affiliated with things that I felt that were not good. That went against my morals and my values. So that's why I kind of stepped back for a while.
Morals and values, is that like of a religious nature or some other?
I am very conservative.
Okay.
So, and I'm also Catholic. So.
Okay. There's Tim's channel, by the way, if you want to see it. So I would recommend you check it out.
Thank you, Tim.
He's a 40-something guy that's in really good shape, and he's always promoting fitness and, diet, which is very important. A lot of people in their 40s, they just give up, and I get mad at them because I'm like, you're not old. Oh, I'm 40. I'm old. I said, no.
No. I'm almost 44 years old, and I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I don't even act. Some people are like, act your age. And I'm like, I am. I'm 22.
Well, there you go. And then it's like me. I'm 58. And a lot of people think, man, when you're over 50, you're over the hill. I'm like, no, I think 60 is the age where people start to really age. I mean, if you think about it, a cat takes 2 years to mature and they can live 20 years. So why is it we take 20 years to mature? 7 times that would be 140. I would think they say people could live to 120. I don't believe that because we're just so degraded in terms of our genetics. But in theory, 60 should be sort of like, the top. And then after 60, you start going down. So 40 is not. The thing is, by the time you reach 40, you should have enough mental ability and experience to be able to make good decisions. And then your body is still, it's not falling apart yet. So what makes me mad is when I see older people, they're eating duck food, they're drinking alcohol, they're sedentary, and they're just destroying themselves. I'm like, you're doing it to yourself. This is not aging. This is your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is killing you. Why not adjust the lifestyle? It's not that difficult. Would you rather look at your diet, do some exercise, pay attention to your life, or would you rather be at the doctor's office all the time, be in the hospital, getting surgery, ending up in your 70s or 80s in the nursing home? Is that the way that you want to go? And that's what I tell them. Well, Rick, you don't exercise. No, I don't work out, at least not now. I don't have the time or money to do it, but I do. I live my life. I work physically. I ride a bike everywhere. I'm constantly doing things. This is the only time you'll catch me sitting. I won't sit in this couch for more than 10, 15 minutes at a time. This is the exception to the rule. And even that, I'm sitting like this. If you see the way that I sit, I'm not like the typical guy you'll see in the gaming chair. This is what I look like.
You're sitting like a proper human being.
Exactly. When I work, I sit down, squat down. I'm not like a regular person that's worried, oh, my back. Can you believe I've never had back trouble in my entire life? And I'm 6'6". Us tall people are supposed to have back trouble. I lift heavy objects all the time. I was carrying a transmission 2 days ago, engine blocks. If you look around my house, there's stuff everywhere. I'm constantly picking up things that weigh 50 pounds or more. So even though I don't work out, I'm always active. And I've never been injured. I had a knee injury from skateboarding as a kid, but I've never had shoulder injuries, no back injuries. I don't have a history of injuries like a lot of people. And these are people that don't even work out. Maybe they worked out when they were younger. This seems to be the worst. The guys that worked out and were muscular when they were younger, when they get to their 40s, they get fat and they fall apart. I see it over and over and over again. And I get mad at them. I said, look, you used to be in good shape. Well, I got married. I had kids. That's not an excuse. You could still take time to exercise. You're spending time watching football and watching soccer and all this stuff when you could be out there. You could go to the gym. You could probably watch it there. They have TVs in there, or you could get some equipment and do it at home. There's no excuse. You don't have to be sitting while you watch the TV or you watch Netflix or you do whatever. You spend all this time and you're just sitting there. And then on top of that, when you're watching the TV, what's the other thing you reach for? The chips, the soda, and all that stuff. So not only are you doing nothing to make your body stronger, but you're feeding it crap. And then you wonder why you're quacking and waddling around like a duck.
They become mindless. Mindless zombies.
That's a good way of putting it.
I mean, I've seen it myself. My children were becoming a part of that. So, my girls were just like becoming zombies and watching TV and binge, now I have them in the gym with me every single week. So, and they're starting to gain muscle and, they're heavily involved in their taekwondo and stuff like that. So
there you go. That's what kids should be doing. I see that Jonathan has put a suggestion as to what the group might be.
He's right.
Okay. So
very right.
No,
there is no hate towards anyone in that group that was not. I disagree with the person who runs it. So, in my opinion, I think that there are things that person is doing to promote herself and is willing to use people in order to make more money.
Well, what it comes down to for a lot of people is money. That seems to be the thing. Now, again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with making money off of this. If you can provide a product or service, you are entitled, and I mean entitled, to receive payment for it because you're giving of your time and you're giving of your knowledge. But what I'm against is when you simply charge somebody a flat rate to belong to a group and then you call it a community. That to me is a complete disrespect because the community.
Yeah, and you don't pay your coaches, and some of the coaches have only been carnivore for a year. And in my opinion, you should not, in my personal opinion, if you've only been carnivore for a year, you should not be offering coaching services to anyone unless you've been in the game for at least 3 years. And that's just from my personal experience because I knew diddly squat about carnivore in the very beginning. So,
well, that's it. And the thing is also, if you have a group and you have people that are in the group and you're not paying them, well, you're basically benefiting from. Where's the money go? I guess it goes to somebody's lifestyle. Maybe they have, maybe they're living above their means. I don't know. Maybe they live in some expensive home or they have expensive cars or whatever. And again, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with making money. For example, if I had a ranch and I was raising cattle and I had a system where I could sell meat and I sold it for a price that people were willing to pay, I would have no problem with that. I could sell any product. Even if my lifestyle got popular and I was selling a bunch of stuff from the 1950s, next thing you know, everybody's putting Rick ceiling tiles in their house. That's great. I make money off of that, but I'm going to offer a product that is going to be at a competitive rate and people are going to willingly give me their money. But to have somebody in a group and give them a hope, which may or may not be the real deal, and then you just keep extracting the money from them over and over again, they're not making any progress. That's different than when you're getting coaching or tutoring or anything, because I've done tutoring for engineering students for years. If you're not getting results, you don't go to that person anymore. You go somewhere else. But then some groups, they try to make you feel guilty and they put it on you. Well, it's your fault. It's not that my advice doesn't work. Oh, no. It's your fault because you're not doing it right. And you'll have somebody that runs a group that they're in good shape or whatever. Well, look at me. Look at what I did. Well, no, because you're a different person.
Yeah. I was heavily affiliated with them. But I am my own person, and I was not contractually obligated to anyone. There was no contract signed. There was only a verbal, you're gonna coach people and this and that. I shouldn't have been coaching anybody. Like I shouldn't have been doing any of that. And I hadn't even started coaching yet. I was starting the process, and I just I made a comment towards someone else in the carnivore community regarding them following macros, and then they would say they were following macros, but then you would see the macros, and the macros were like not even followed. And I'm like, you're false advertising. You're getting misinformation, and people are following you to get results, and you're giving them mixed information, and so these people are getting lost. So I would call them out on common sense. It's common sense. Like, if you are promoting following macros, then you need to be following the macros in order to get your results. But then you're not showing results because I'm going to do the sardine diet, and I'm going to do the egg diet, and they're constantly shifting all the time. And it's like, pick something, stick with it for 6 months to a year. You can't expect something to happen in a month. But when I called this person out, I got told that I can't do that. And when I was with that group, and I'm like, what do you mean I can't do that? I'm my own person. I'm not contractually obligated to you. You're not paying me. I can say what I want to say. And so we're going to agree to disagree. And I walked away, because you're not going to, unless you're paying me and I have a contract with you, then you can't tell me what I can and cannot do.
Exactly.
Point blank.
Exactly.
So that's why I was like, I can't. Like, I can't. Y'all are misleading people, and I can't.
That's right. And that's what everybody needs to do. If you have to think for yourself. You have to gather the evidence and then think for yourself. And this is what I get frustrated with. And again, I've been the bad guy many times. I've had people criticize me because I like to expose these things. I hate this whole pay to play thing where you have to pay to be in a group, and then it's like an enclosed, nobody can really, there's no outside scrutiny. It's just like this little closed loop. So the rest of us are excluded. And I don't believe in that. Now, again, personal relationship, you pay someone to tutor you, you pay someone to coach you. That is totally different, because now it's a one-on-one relationship. Okay, I'm giving you this and you're giving me this. If I see results, I'm going to keep giving you this. Maybe I'll give you more. But if I don't get results, I'm leaving. I'm done.
100%.
I think that's
That's why I don't tell. That's why. So you'll see, like, some people that follow me, they see that I promote certain things on my Instagram, because of my alopecia, I do wear wigs when I'm out and about, not while I'm at home. But I promote wigs, and I thoroughly enjoy, and those, like, I'm not being paid to promote them. They're being sent to me because the company's like, hey, I think you would really look nice in this. They send me the product for free, and in return, I do a review. I don't mind. It's not like I have another athletic company that we have a agreement with. They like working with me. They send me free workout clothes. That's one less thing I have to buy. So then I do a content for them. But I do like their clothes. I'm not going to promote something that I don't like.
Have you seen Mitch's Old Guy Carnivore channel? I'm sure you have.
Probably.
Mitch, old guy carnivore, he gets stuff sent to him. They used to send him air fryers. Now lately they've been sending him scooters. And he promotes that because he admits, I'm not getting paid for this. I just like the fact that they send me stuff and I'm glad to promote it. That's like I tell these companies, they're not going to do it for me because they don't give me that opportunity because I'm a quack. I said, look, if somebody sent me some tools that I could use, you could send me stuff from a Bobcat, you could send me welding supplies, whatever, and I'll review your product. But the problem is I'm going to review it in terms of how it works for me. I'm not going to go and say, well, this is the greatest thing ever. If your product's garbage, I'm going to tell you it's garbage. And, but again, I think there's some companies out there that would appreciate that. Other companies are like, no, because a lot of these people online, they overcharge people. They sell these products that are massively overpriced. And then they have to pay the influencers a big cut. It's like that AG or whatever crap drink that everybody has, and then the LMNT and all that. A lot of people do it, but that's because they charge so much for it. But if you have another product that's reasonably priced, like some of the stuff Mitch sells is a good deal. Some scooter and the air fryer and all that, they look like good deals. So they don't have the kind of money to throw at him some real big promotion, but at least they can send him the item. And then, a lot of times they'll cut you in. If you sell some of their products, they'll give you a percentage. And I'm 100% for that, because if your product is that good, rather than paying somebody a salary, you say, well, you promote my product, I'll give you like an Amazon link or something, and you can get a cut of it when you sell it. I think that's fine,
So with my products, instead of me getting, I get a 5% like commission, but that commission goes towards more products being sent to me.
Okay.
So I don't see any cash. Like I see no income. It's like a credit system that they have. So they're like, if you sell so many products, then we'll send you more for you to have, for you to continue to promote. So I'm benefiting. So like a wig, like the wig that one of the wigs that was sent to me is human hair, and it's like a $700 wig, that I can't necessarily afford. Like we're a one income home, so like I don't spend money like that unless it's absolutely necessary. And so like right now we're trying to put money aside for, I have 2 teenage daughters. They do take priority. And then I'm also trying to save up money towards getting my skin removal. So, so having like a human hair wig that's like $700+ being sent to me for free, that's money that I'm saving and not putting out, so that they're able to send me more. I'm benefiting, everyone's benefiting at this point.
Right.
So.
Well, that's it. And the thing is that companies spend money on marketing and advertising and all that anyway. And I know a lot of companies, they rely on celebrity advertising, but that's usually for the smaller consumable products like sodas and alcohol and, stuff like that, trends, clothing. But with the bigger items, to this point, I think the whole celebrity culture, thankfully, is dying. I think that we don't have the big movie stars that we used to. And I mean, you got the internet influencers, but they're basically replaceable. So I think that as time goes on, that whole celebrity culture is going to be dying out. So it's going to come down to people like us, the real people that use products that may be out there just displaying them, maybe not so much promoting them, but displaying them. You might say, well, I see this person uses this tool. I'd like to know what kind that is, or I like the clothes that she's wearing. What are those? And then they'll look into it, and you might have it in your description. I get it from there, or I mean, it makes sense. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't mind, and because the majority of my content, like I tell everybody, like, these are my health issues. I have EDS, and if people don't know what EDS is, that's a connective tissue disorder. It causes your whole body's made of connective tissue, and it causes hypermobility. My skin is very fragile. My joints are very fragile. It affects every single aspect of me, my eyes, my hair. That's one of the reasons why I still have alopecia, even though the other one went away. It affects everything. That's one of the reasons why I still have loose skin. And again, somebody had said on here about, fasting and excess skin. Like I said, I am like the master at fasting, and no amount of fasting is going to get rid of my excess skin. That is going to have to be surgically removed. But it's
Well, look at Jonathan's comment. It sometimes said that muscle mass caused my issues, but I've been told by more professionals it's what kept me out of a wheelchair. I don't think.
amen.
I think in Jonathan's case, it was the injury that he had when he was younger, when he got hit, and then when they tried to fix it, like always happens, you try to fix somebody by fusing their spine. Everybody I know that's gone through that operation, it has not gotten better. It's only gotten worse. If it wasn't for Jonathan and his carnivore diet and bodybuilding, I don't think he would be here right now. I think he would be gone.
Yeah, no, and that's something that I never had the pain to the extent of Jonathan, but with I've had arthritis since I was 14 years old.
Oh,
so
wow.
I don't have arthritis anymore since being on carnivore. Yeah, carnivore took all my arthritis away, all my joint pain away. So but took all my it took all the pain that I've had for years away. With I had a lot of inflammation, tons of inflammation, and I think that's one of the reasons why I had so many problems throughout the years. Nobody knew what was wrong with me. I didn't get diagnosed with EDS until I was 33. So I know pain. I think that's one of the reasons why I like being in the gym so much, is because pain is like second nature to me. Like, it doesn't faze me. I have a very high pain tolerance. Probably not as much as Jonathan, but I can definitely understand his condition.
They should send me bikes as well. I get my bikes from the trash pile in the dump.
If they can send me a walk pod or whatever, walk pad, that would be awesome.
There you go. Well, that's it. And I think a lot of times, again, if you're a company, if you were to do like a national marketing campaign with a celebrity, that would cost you more than having 1,000 individual people that you were sending items to. I think that you get a better bang for your buck when you use sort of a more direct marketing technique where you get numerous influencers. And the best thing is, if some of those influencers disappear, you don't want to be like the Subway guy, that the Jared Fogle or whatever, that was the face of Subway, and he went off the deep end and ruined their brand. If you have multiple people that are promoting your brand, then you have a combination. If somebody turns out to be a dirtbag, you can simply let them go and everything continues on. And I think that's a good thing. But I'll tell you, the one thing that I really get frustrated with any group, any I would say trend, is that people start to take advantage of it, and then they start to make unrealistic promises. People have unrealistic expectations. They get disappointed. Then you have numerous people going out there talking against it, and then the trend dies. And this happens all the time. And this is what I was afraid of with the carnivore community. I don't want to see this. So I get mad when you have these groups of people making promises, you go pay to play, and then when people start dissenting, they simply ignore them or throw them out, and then they end up going into another direction, and then eventually the system just breaks down from the inside out. I don't want to see that happen with a carnivore lifestyle.
I do know of several people that have left that one community and have gone their own way. And those people kind of felt the same way that I did about the previous community. But I don't, like I said, I don't like to affiliate myself with any particular direction in the carnivore world. I've had people say that I'm not carnivore because I have a little bit of carbs. I get told that I'm not carnivore because I have dairy sometimes. So I just like, I'm going to rebrand myself, and so that's why I went from trad carnivore life to iron stability, because I'm kind of like changing the direction. I'm not leaving carnivore. I'm always going to stay somewhat carnivore. That's predominantly what I do. I feel the healthiest eating this way. But community wise, like, I don't want to pay to play. I live on a budget. I'm grateful for the opportunities that they tried to give me. But I also don't like being told what I can and cannot say. And that's where I have an issue. And I was their staple girl, like, for a while. They were using my images and everything to promote their one of their programs. And yes, it works to an extent. But as soon as you stop doing that program, you will put the weight back on. And you can also, too much fasting, in my opinion, can be harmful. So,
Well, when it comes to fasting, obviously Jonathan is not into fasting, and I'm not into fasting. And neither one of us is carrying excessive body fat. So, but again, I think a lot of it is just whatever's trendy. I know that when they had the Jason Fung videos, he kept talking about fasting, and it's just like a trend. It's something that people can try, and it kind of works. But I never really thought of fasting as a good thing, because I know from my own experience, if I don't eat regularly, my motivation goes down very quickly. I become very lazy. It's hot all the time here. It's humid. The last thing I want to do is go out and work. I'd rather sit under the air conditioner and stay cool, or at least do a few little things, than to deal with that. And if I don't eat regularly, my mood isn't as good. I get frustrated easily. Something doesn't work, I want to break things. Then I become aggressive. Then I become like Milton before he got fixed. So I don't want that. But if I keep feeding myself, I have my breakfast, I have my lunch, I have my dinner. It's just, and I sleep well, go to bed at 10:30, wake up at 6:30. It's like a routine. And as long as I do that, there's a comfort that goes with it. Everything is the same. My weight never changes. It's impossible for me to get fat. Hello, Jonathan. He's returned.
Hello. You're right.
Hello.
I was actually just engaged with some conversation that I forgot to come on.
Well, there you go. Well, I've seen your commenting. I just didn't see you come up in the video. But I'm glad that we're getting to talk about this, because I think that a lot of the times people get those unrealistic expectations, and they're always looking for the latest hack, the latest trick. What do I need to do to get this? And what's the latest gimmick? And then a lot of people capitalize on that. They'll come up with, well, you need to do this, or, you need to add carbohydrates for everybody. Like, well, some people can add them. Some people don't need them. And again, it's just the same thing every time. And it frustrates me. And Jonathan knows how much I complain about some of the people that are on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a handful of people. So it's the same story, really. It's just people that get more desperate. They realize the carnivore space isn't a landmine of money. You don't follow the carnivore diet. You're part of the online community to make money, because there's none.
Right.
If I wanted to make money, I'd be a more generic bodybuilding coach sort of thing. I'd be working with, every disabled or handicapped athlete with a goal, basically. But I'm not. I will work with anyone with regards to what diet they take at the time. But yeah, ultimately, I position myself as a carnivore body composition coach
Mhm.
primarily. But yeah, I deal with all sorts of people with different problems.
Right. Let's see. This is Kimberly. Okay. Yeah, we still get a lot of comments, which is pretty good. But it's the regulars. And again, in this group, you don't have to pay $30 a month to belong to the Quackers. The Quackers are free. If you want to work with someone to get coached, then you're going to pay because that's a service. So they are entitled to make money because they have to spend their valuable time. Rick is ably a carnivore. Okay. But yeah, I will never change my view. And there's just several groups like that. There's the other one. Well, I mean, we can think of, they all seem to be $30 a month. And I don't know what you're supposed to get for that money, but I know what they get. They get a reliable income that they can use. I guess that's the whole goal of the thing.
They
One
say
of them's
it's for
raking in.
community. Sorry.
Yeah, their whole thing's about. It's a bit of a Freudian slip from someone, but it wasn't Bella. It's actually one of the coaches under her. Basically said something along the lines of. I know who it was. I won't get into too much detail, but it's something along the lines of, or alluded to. The way we have the coaching, where it's priced and where it's set up, is to keep people on the program. But they use the words like part of the community as like a byway, like a tactic to sort of say it without saying it. So their whole goal is to keep you on their program. My whole goal is to make myself redundant as a coach. So obviously you won't learn everything in a week, but over 2, 3, 4 months, yeah, you can learn a lot about your body and how to get around different bottlenecks. But you know, like you said, Kimberly earlier, you rely on, as a coach, the feedback you get. If you don't get enough feedback, you don't really make that much meaningful help. So that's why all these things do come into effect a lot more. Yeah, I like my current client roster. I'd like to work with a couple more people, but yeah, it's just getting the right people, which is tricky. You know, I'm not really fussy in that extent. Like, I don't have any sort of incentive to just work with like a bodybuilder or this or that. But I want to work with people with more complex health issues, just for the experience of it. So.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I see that Joe has made a comment there about fasting, which I agree with. Obviously, someone that has a metabolic health issue is going to benefit more than someone who's basically stable, like Jonathan and I. You know, Jonathan, I don't see him wanting to make any drastic changes. His goal is to add muscle, but he does it at a reasonable rate that he can actually do. Rather than someone who's trying to lose 100 pounds, that's a whole different ball game right there.
And I agree as well with Joe when it comes to it, because in the beginning, like my metabolic rate, it was trash. And I think with all the fasting that I did, it did help move me in the right direction and restart everything. But then eventually for me, it got to be too much and my body just needed to stop.
Right. It's not something, I mean, think about it. And fasting is not something you do all the time or you're going to starve to death. It's something that you can use for a period of time. But once you've reached a stable state, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you put your body through that when you could simply give it the activity that it needs, give it the nutrition that it needs, and then adjust that based on the results?
Yeah, it should always be physical. People always worry about working meat, or you're a bodybuilder. Don't want to get too big. I've been doing this for 17 years, my friend. Do you think that was easy? I think that didn't require discipline and determination and long-term, constant effort. You think you're going to get like that in 2 weeks or 2 months? Probably not.
Nope.
Probably not.
Not even if you're juiced to the max.
Not even if you're juiced to the max, because even the people that are juiced to the max still struggle to gain muscle sometimes.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, funny old world. But yeah, Kimberly is a good example of just someone that just does what they need to do to reach their goals and just cracks on with it. That's all you can really ask for.
I I mean, it's like I tell everyone, when you plant a garden, you put the seeds in the ground, you're not going to get tomatoes tomorrow. It's going to take months for the plants to grow and the fruit to develop. And there's nothing you can do, even if you put a ton of fertilizer. In fact, if you put too much of it, you'll kill your garden. So if you think about it that way, you realize that it's a progression. It's not something that's going to just like that. You can't just make things happen instantly.
Rick, it's taking you over 40 years of carnivore diet to look just like that.
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
I
mean,
left that one for interpretation.
I'm as skinny as a vegan. I got toothpick arms, but the funny thing is, I'm not as weak as a vegan, I have to admit. You can see the kind of work that I do around here by myself, and I've never had anything that was too heavy for me to lift out of any machine. And if I do, like the engine in my truck, I'm not going to lift that by hand. I don't think 3 bodybuilders could lift that thing, but I have a tool that does it for me. I have Bob.
Yeah, that's what you need.
That's it. I just fire up Bob, put a little diesel in there, grab it with a chain, take it over to the truck, and drop it in. Post your buy me a coffee links. Well, I think they're in the description anyway.
That lady will never support me, though. Ever. Will never support me. No matter what happens in her life, no matter how wrong she is about something, she'll never support me.
Amy says, I think charging for coaching is acceptable. It costs $1,500 annual to $3,500 to start a low overhead cost business. Yeah, obviously your time is worth money. There's nothing wrong with charging for a direct service or product. I just am against charging for a community. I just don't see the point. There are many ways that you can get online for free, just like we're doing right now. We can go on YouTube. We can communicate with each other.
I just ask people, can I join your Discord server? Can I join your school community? Most people say yes, because they'd rather have me there than not.
Right.
Is there a perk for me? Not really, probably not. I can see what they're up to, that's about it. But, you're going to want to have people that are knowledgeable in certain areas to share their ideas, sort of thing. So, if you want to get in for things for free and have that VIP treatment, make yourself the VIP. Make yourself different to other people. You can save a lot of money that way. I mean, that's kind of what you're doing inadvertently, Rick. You're treating yourself as a VIP on this channel. You're laying down the line. You're sort of putting your viewpoints across. This is your sort of show. You're sharing your information. And if people are attached to that, yeah, you are the VIP. You're the person that people are coming in here to. The MVP as well. So, yeah, by all means, if you, Rick, at some point wanted to monetize your channel and have a channel membership and share some more private videos, maybe like OnlyFans, just like personal stuff, any sort of personal stuff, like for your sort of passions and hobbies sort of thing. Yeah, you could do that, and I wouldn't bat my eyelid. I wouldn't think you're a bad person for it. But I think you should still try and provide some free resources and information for people, because ultimately, if anything, it's still a marketing funnel anyway. Just doing a free live stream is still a marketing funnel.
That's what I've said. You see, if you have a product or service, you have to do marketing. And if you can do it this way, in other words, it costs money. Obviously, it costs money if you're going to spend your time here. But why would you pay somebody to do marketing when you can do it yourself by having a free community? Because now not only do you have your community to market to, but you also have the people that they know. They might say, well, I've had good success with this product or service. You might want to look at it. And instead of having to pay money to get in a community, they just go into your free community and they look at it and they say, well, no, I don't like that. Or, yeah, I kind of like this. Maybe I should try those products. And that's great. Yeah. I mean, if my product was selling, if I was selling meat, for example,
sorry, I keep doing that.
Yeah, I would show my ranch. I'd show my ducks, iguanas, or whatever. But yeah, whatever the product is. And look, I use a product myself. So it's up to you.
Yeah. It's like if you've got, if you run a library, here's a library book, borrow it for a week, give it back. Now, if you want to write notes on it, you want to customize the book to have your own little stars and asterisks and things and color things in and copy things, then, yeah, you got to pay for the book, buy the book. That's just how it works. 1 foot shorter, yeah.
Well, that's it. But you'd be surprised. Skinny guys can work really hard. Costs too much money for a thing. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
in the modern world, I tell people you don't need to look like Jonathan to be functional. In fact, it is a possibility that someone like me has a lot more versatility than Jonathan would, because Jonathan has to deal with all of his.
In the world, you'd last longer.
Right. For me, I mean, I could imagine. I mean, Jonathan can't sit up for a very long time. So, if Jonathan had a job, let's say you put Jonathan in a bobcat and you had him moving dirt, that wouldn't last very long. First of all, he wouldn't be able to get in there, and second of all, with all the bumps, it would be totally miserable. But on the other hand, you can put Jonathan in front of his computer and he can do his coaching program. He can make information. He can create everything from live to AI videos and provide a valuable service. And then, of course, when it comes to bodybuilding, he's done enough. He's done enough in the bodybuilding space to become a professional bodybuilder. So, but again, everyone's different. Now, on the other hand, if your roof has a leak on it, you probably wouldn't call Jonathan because he's not going to be able to find it and he's not going to have any interest in it. If your electrical system is going out, you're not going to call Jonathan. If your air conditioner breaks, you're not going to call Jonathan. There's a lot of things you wouldn't do. But that's why every one of us, we have our place in the world. And when we can find that, you say, well, if you were in the same area, you say, Jonathan, my air conditioner is broken. Jonathan would say, well, that guy Rick over there, he can fix your air conditioner. And then if somebody says, hey, Rick, Rick, what do I need to do? I want to lose weight and gain muscle. I want to get, I said, well, I don't know anything about that, but you could go to my friend Jonathan. He can set up a program for you at a very affordable rate and give you the best information, and you're going to have the highest chance of success. And neither one of us is asking for a commission. We're just sending the person over there. And that's it.
That's right, yeah. I mean, Joe asked me a question, I think, this morning, when I was at the phone call. Something along the lines of, oh, if you had a female version of you, would you go out with them? Assuming, like, they were attractive and I was attracted to that. No, I probably wouldn't. It'd be the same.
See, I'm the
We'd
opposite.
be stuck in the kitchen staring at the light bulb.
You don't want to date yourself.
No, I couldn't stand myself. I'm not saying that out of like pity, out of hate. It's just I couldn't stand myself, honestly. I don't believe I could.
I'm the opposite. See, if I could have a female version of myself, I'd be very happy because we could do the same things and I'd get somebody who's tall and lean, which I find very attractive. Be like, that's it. I would just take myself, make a blonde haired version. That's my girlfriend. So you'd see like 2 6'6" people walking around, you know, but most of the tall guys, they like the short girls. I'm the opposite. I like them tall. The what?
So I'm the shortest one in this room right now.
Okay.
Because I'm only 5'2".
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I've got nearly a foot on you. Rick's got a foot and a half, pretty much.
Hey, I know what it's like to be in a room with a bunch of tall guys because my brother-in-law is 6'8".
Wow.
So.
Well, there you go.
CB's quite funny in the chat today.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, someone asked if Kimberly has a YouTube channel. No, I don't believe so. Not with active videos in it. She has Instagram if you want to follow her there. I've posted that a couple of times. Rick's Buy Me a Coffee link is in my channel description and in Rick's channel description, I believe.
Yep.
If you scroll down, it will say support Rick, then it will say, I don't know why people don't just save it if they're trying to give you money every week. It doesn't make sense. Just save the link, we'll leave it. Doesn't compute. It's like buymeacoffee.com/charger all one word. That's it.
That's simple. There's only one
Send him your dosh. Yeah, it's in the background here as well.
Yeah, it's in the background.
You can see little Milton the cat underneath Kimberly. Milton sat in a tire.
The Black Menace.
It's there. Yeah.
His tallest I ever measured was 7'5". You know, and I think there's a limit. When you get too tall, it shortens your life. Because they used to say that taller people have a shorter life, but I don't think I'm to the height. One of the things about me, I don't look tall. If you see me on a video, I don't look tall. I don't sound like the typical tall person.
Then you stand next to Sean, who's standing next to like a normal person. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, he's that tall. Yeah.
It's like when the picture with me and Dr. Baker, that always got everybody because everybody thinks of me as some little vegan like guy that's 5'6", skinny arms. Because I mean, I'm not like Jonathan. When I do this, they're like, toothpick. But when Jonathan
Something
does
comes
that,
out.
what's that?
Something comes out, but
Well, something. It's not like that. I mean, there's a big difference. I mean, you can see. I mean, it's
oh yeah, a little bit.
it's solid as a rock,
Um,
but it's not
yeah.
big. And that's the other thing. A lot of
Different
times,
goals.
guys will, they'll grab each other's arm. They grab mine. It's like, man, you're solid, Rick. Like, no, I'm skinny. Because a lot of people they have a lot of size, but they're kind of soft. When you grab them, they're not. They don't. I don't know. The muscle's not as dense.
Yeah. Bit like the Tofi syndrome, thin on the outside, fat on the inside.
That's
I've meet a lot of people like that, and I'll pat them in the arm or the shoulder or something, or shake their hand. I'm like, you feel like mush. You feel like pure mushy peas under my thumb grip. I'm like, how have you managed to get this far in life? Like, you can tell Rick's got strong hands. The knuckles and the tendons will show. Look how big my muscles are on my hands, guys. Like, look at that.
I shake somebody's hand and they think that I'm trying to break their hand. I'm like, no, it's crazy. But this, a lot of it is just soft. I guess they work in the office all day. This is the only exercise they do.
Yeah.
Me, I'm always working with wrenches and taking things apart. And when I trim my hedge, I don't even use a trimmer. I use the two little, the little shears. So I'll go there, one in each hand, cutting the bushes. And then, people use those little grip strength things, that's like spring loaded. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm doing the same thing, but I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just out there trimming bushes. And it's like, yeah, I guess it's just incidental exercise.
The strongest people I know tend to be, relatively speaking for their size, tend to be a bit older, tend to have done some sort of manual work in their lifetime. So my stepdad, for example, he's got a very strong grip, and he's a 5'6" guy. He's not built muscular or anything super special. I'd say he's more of a smaller built chap, but he does have strong muscle on him, sort of thing. But yeah, you shake his hand, he'll rip your hand off. I wouldn't want to be strangled by him or anything. Yeah.
That's right. And I think
Rick,
a lot of
your voice
times,
has depth.
Well, I guess, yeah, I don't think of myself as having a really deep voice, but I guess it depends on your point of view.
Yeah.
It's a good radio voice.
I've heard that a lot. When I used to do phone systems, they always had my voice as the voice menu. That seemed to be really popular. Yesterday, I commented, Rick on the bike is equivalent of a normal sized adult being on a kid's bike. Yeah, I have long legs. I'm a big guy, and none of the bikes are ever.
I've got long legs as well.
Yeah,
my femurs are very long, like my thighs. So my hips actually near enough touch my rib cage when I'm standing up. So I haven't got that mobility in that sort of direction. Like,
yeah, I guess
if you put your finger between my hip bone and my ribs, it's like that. That's a difference.
Yeah, I know. I could definitely do that. I mean, I can basically hit my own head with my feet because my legs are long, but I'm pretty flexible. That's another thing that's weird about someone as tall as me. This is Rick's radio voice. There we go. Jonathan, that isn't fair. Comparing your muscles to me would be like a lion being compared to a kitten.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Thomas, in the past, you don't need to be a massive bodybuilder, and it won't just happen overnight. You just got. Your immediate goal should always be your health goal. So I just focus on that ultimately. And yeah, there is crossover between like strength training, keeping fit, doing your steps each day, walking, whatever. Just try and find something which you can sustainably do, and something that doesn't stress the body out so much that makes you fall off the wagon. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Chin-ups. That wouldn't be a challenge, Tim. You would stand no chance at all. Even if I had one arm. I promise you. And I'll accept that challenge. I don't know how we're going to do it if you want to do it, but give me until like November. I'm like I'm not in the good physical state right now to really do it, but give me until November. I won't practice for it, but I'll still manage to beat you, Tim. And I don't think you'll be able to crush my spirit. I'll find a way to get done. That's a challenge.
There you go. Challenge accepted by Jonathan. All right. That was a great show the other day. Thank you. Yes. And Jonathan's been more active online lately, so that's good. And Michael Pregler is off. I don't know if he's going to go hunting or if he's out trying to do his yard. It's good that you were here.
I want to think he's gone for a run. I want to think he's weightlifting. That could just be the emojis.
Oh, okay. It could be.
Maybe.
I know he mentioned earlier he had to do his yard. It's a pretty big yard. Yes, radio voice.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Let's see. We can't see description of the live during the live stream. Okay. Any chance you could post the donate links to the chat? Yeah, you can do
Again, the third time.
that. It's there.
No, they're in my chat in the description of my channel. You can do it there.
That's it.
I've just posted 7 or 8 links today, and I've had to come off and on and off and on and off and on.
Had a face for radio. There you go. And a voice for print.
That's a good one.
Yeah, a face for radio and a voice for print.
Yeah.
I used to hear that all the time. Have a great
Here's
weekend.
a good question for you guys. Great voice or great face in today's society, living as you are now?
Well, I guess you could simulate a face with AI.
Yes.
You could. Yeah. I've seen guys that made those videos, and they're actually quite, what's the word? Believing? What's the word? Authentic.
Believable?
Like,
Believable.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Believable, that's the word. Yeah, so I watch a couple of channels like that, and I just listen to them. But for me, I listen to a video, so it's important that, like, Rick obviously has his way of speaking, which is understandable for me and very clear. It's a good, clear, neutral voice. It doesn't sound odd, or it's not irritating to ears. So if Rick had a narration job, that'd be brilliant. Imagine him just narrating like carnivore. I'd actually see if Rick could be the narrator for different carnivore ebooks and audiobooks. Might be worth reaching out to people because yeah, I'd certainly pay to. I'm more likely to pay for an audiobook if it's read out by Rick than not.
Well, that's good. I know a lot of people comment on my live streams that they enjoy listening to them, and I actually enjoy listening to my live streams as well. I do listen to some of them to see if I'm losing my place or I'm getting confused, but so far I haven't really found any where I basically couldn't come up with something to say.
Yeah.
And to comment about Terry, I don't know what that was in regards to, but yes, I have worked really, really, really hard to get where I am today. I have done it with no GLP-1s, no gastric surgeries, any of that. So it's all been 100% natural on my own.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. I mean, it was before the GLP-1 even really came out, so it makes sense. I know that's the challenge. There we go. Tim can do a lot
Joe,
of
I've just
pull-ups.
checked. Rick, all of our support links and social links are on my channel description and my mobile one. They are definitely on there because I'm staring at them right now. In fact, yeah, it says
there it is.
Support Rick. So I don't know what. Yeah.
Better Bachelor. Yep. That's the guy that always says that. What is it? A face for radio and a voice for print. That is me, Rick. There we go. Face would probably help. Yes. I sound like a frog. Well, you do a pretty good Kermit imitation. I have to admit that. Whenever I hear my voice in a recording, I think I sound like that. Yeah. When do you have live streams, Rick? Yeah, well, we know that. Rick, do you take supplements?
Never.
No, I don't. Unless you consider iguana to be a supplement. Oh.
I found oh god, what is that spelling? That's atrocious, my friend Tim. Chris Williamson's just released a video on YouTube. Harvard
Really?
scientist, vegan versus carnivore debate answered.
Uh-oh.
2 hours, 8 minutes long. That'd be fun to debunk. Okay.
There you go.
Nutrient deficiencies, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently.
Jonathan, what
Yeah.
supplements do you take? Well, he's had several
Oh.
videos on that.
Come on, don't make me list that. I've had loads of videos on that, Tim. Look at my content. For Christ's sake. Was put a Q before your questions. For Christ's sake. Yeah, I'm not trolling you. There's literally so much content on that on my channel. It's unbelievable. It's probably about 20 to 30 videos of it.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a question, I don't even, I'm like, if I even have, like, don't even waste my time. Just go to Jonathan's channel.
That's right. And the thing about Jonathan's channel, if you notice, some of these channels, they give you long, drawn-out videos where they spend 10 minutes blabbing and blabbing and blabbing, and then they give you information. When you look at Jonathan's videos, most of them, they might be less than 10 minutes. And they'll get right to the point. There's not going to be any blah, 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 BS nonsense. It's always going to be to the point. So, and you can look at the list.
I'm going to answer your question tonight, guys, about and we're going to talk all about this, the pros, the cons, everything you need to know about it. Before we do that, I just wanted to make you aware of this new supplement I've been taking. Here's the affiliate link. 5 minutes later. Oh, now before I get into that, here's some results I got from some recent clients that have said this. Now, to get to the point, what I found is doesn't really make a difference. It's like, well, thanks for that. You could have told me at the start. You just wasted 10 minutes of my life to hear your promotional cross-talk and crap, to eventualize in nowhere, and to achieve nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm here wasting my life. Yeah, I out of, I don't know if it's ethics. I can't stand that. I will put my stuff on there. Like I'll mention coaching or something, but I won't. I do answer the question. Sometimes the answer is there isn't an answer. Well, if I say that, there isn't an answer for most people, but most people will do this or this. If you're in this situation, this is where you might gravitate towards too. Vice versa, but I don't know. Kimberly, have you ever fallen off the carnivore keto wagon? So do you have any advice for them? Fallen off is a key word here. So fallen off meaning you've been to the Dunkin' Donuts shop and you're like, oh, I've had a bad day. I'm going to eat 10 donuts.
Yeah.
No, I've never, when I was keto, the only time I fell off the wagon was after my hysterectomy. And my husband introduced me to dirty keto. And in my opinion, doing dirty keto is basically falling off of keto. Because all the nonsense recipes get you in trouble. But I've never like fallen off. Like right now, I have like holiday, like birthday type off meals, but the next day I'm right back on it. Like I'm right on carnivore. I don't fall off like that. I've never really fallen off. When you want something that bad, you tend to stick with it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I deliberately have them, so I don't really fall off. I think the last time I can say I fell off and thought, screw it, I'm going to eat a load of junk food was maybe a year or two ago. Maybe. Like once. So yeah, like in a given year, I probably have like 12 off-plan meals. Like, in the grand scheme of things, 12 out of 365, we're still talking about, I don't know, 99% adherence rate.
So like after prep, you gave me a week off. You gave me 5 meals that I could use, 5 free meals. And I used them. But at the end of those 5 free meals, I was like, I felt like dirt. I was like, I don't want this anymore. I had to go back.
To be sure.
Oh.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was like, I would have just been satisfied with my 1 off meal and I would have been fine. But you were like, here's 5. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that again.
No, my thought was I knew you'd get a bad reaction from it regardless. My thought, well, she might just say, I'm going to take 2. But, because I said 5, you did 5. So at least I know that about you, obviously. The other reason is people tend to, when they, say with your family and the nearest place is burger and fries, I don't know. You kind of want it, but really you want an ice cream. But to go to the ice cream place, you got to go tomorrow, the next day with your friends or something. I thought, well, if I give you a few meals, you can at least say, well, this meal I'm going to have burger with fries, but just have the patties. I can have my usual meal with an ice cream. So, you know, the idea is that you can sort of go off and have what you actually want, enjoy. But I think that you have to know what you want, really. So, I mean, you've been doing this long enough now to know the problems associated with, like, off-plan meals and when you take it too far. And a lot of people idolize them. Being on a carnivore diet, we don't really idolize these things. So we see it more as like a novelty, like an odd thing you might do just for fun, for a bit of difference, for a bit of, I don't know, something to look forward to, I guess, with family. But yeah, I don't really ever do meals. For example, I'm not likely to order a whole giant stuffed crust cheesy pizza on my own and eat it in my room. Really, I'd rather have that with family and just be normal for a day in terms of like what society does, which isn't normal, but you know, normal in that sort of sense.
Yeah, no, those meals ended up falling on the week of my husband and my oldest daughter's birthday, so that's why it ended up being that many meals.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I
Yeah.
wouldn't, because they were wanting to go out and this and that. So I was, you know, but I don't want to I don't think about binge eating or any of that at all. Like, that's not even thought
You
of.
said something pertinent earlier. Hello, Milton, you right? Meow. Hello. So, Kimberly said something absolutely pertinent earlier. You're kind of talking about, what was it, off-plan meals, and I'm trying to think what it was. I'll come back to you on that one. Got distracted by the bloody cat.
Milton the Menace.
Menace. Yeah. Yeah, but bodybuilding is an odd sport for anyone to really grasp. It's bodybuilders can be challenging people to deal with. They tend to be quite selfish people. I don't want to fit into that stigma as best as I can. Yeah. Oh, cute Milton, been waiting for you. Been waiting a long time. Apologies for the
Milton's
delay.
hungry.
Yeah. We're doing well today, guys. Kimberly, your endurance is good for a live stream.
I have one cat here. I have another cat right here.
It looks like there's some fish in the background as well.
Yes, those are baby guppies.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
And then I have
George
a
won't join
40
unfortunately.
Yeah, I have a 40-gallon downstairs that's full of fish.
The cats ever try to get in the fish tank?
They just sit and watch. It's cat TV. It really, honestly, that's why I got them, was for cat TV. And then I have another like fish tank. It's a 20-gallon filled with it has 2 mice in it. So the cats will sit and just watch the mice run around.
Yeah. So Joe's visiting in, somewhat related. So Joe's visiting in about 2 weeks. So like, yeah, Friday, 2 weeks from now, which is good. So we're going to stay in a nearby hotel because there's not much room in my room, basically. So basically the gym I train at, so we'll have access to like all the gym, swim, sauna, cold plunging stuff. We're going to have breakfast together. I think a meal in the evening as well. And yeah, it should be good. But yeah, it's a point about, I'm hoping like we could get around to visit, what is it? Not a petting zoo. Maybe a petting zoo, maybe. We'll sort of around a museum. That's in my area. And maybe look at like we've got like aquariums here, like fish centres, aquatic centres. But I always like looking at the fish.
Yeah, we have an aquarium 30 minutes from my house. So I can drive there anytime. But it's the same fish all the time. And it's the same fish that we pretty much have in our river here, because I live like 5 minutes from the river. And we have a big lake 5 minutes from my house. So, but yeah, I got into fish tanks, and I have live plants and all kinds of stuff. It's nice and relaxing to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would bring George up here to say hello, but my room is not a place for children or dogs. The amount of like supplement capsules I've got on the floor and whatever's fallen down the side of the chair, sort of thing. You know, it's just not. At night time, what he started doing now is, because I've been having more issues with sleep, George can basically hear me. So I'm upstairs in our house in like the attic sort of space. The other side of the attic space is my mum and stepdad, and George will usually sleep or sit near my door, so he can hear me if I'm having a seizure or something or whatever. So he's pretty sweet in that way. So sometimes I open my bedroom door at night and George is like sleeping outside of it, and I'm like, can you move out my way? I'm trying to get to the toilet.
Milton.
Yeah, so
normally goes on.
what's Joe saying? Miss you, looking forward to seeing you. Remember? Yeah, so with Joe and I can walk quite far with a stick. Joe gets out of breath with her lungs quite quick, so I gave her a few options of places we could visit, based on what I know she could do. So like X amount of minutes walking, how we can get it by transport. So yeah, it should be good. Joe's quicker than me, but I'm fitter than her, oddly enough. So I'll get there eventually. It'll just take me a few pit stops, whereas her, it'll, once the lungs are given out, you know, we can't go any further. We just got to get a taxi back somewhere.
That's the one thing that I'm really good at, is getting around.
Yeah, you're good on that bike. And even the supermarket, you're across it in like 5 paces.
Oh, I'm fast.
Straight to the meat counter.
Exactly.
I've never seen someone walk so quick.
I walk faster than anybody. They say the faster you walk, the longer you'll live. If that's true, I don't think I'll be having a heart attack anytime soon.
It's a metric I use myself. So between the winter months, summer months, I try to not let it get slower. Let myself get slower. So I'll think, okay, if I'm walking George and it takes me 20 minutes, say 15, 20 minutes with a 5-minute pit stop, I'll just pause there, then think, okay, last week it took me 25 minutes. Why was that? Well, because I was messing around with my phone, switching songs a million times or something. Yeah, but I do try to consciously make sure I pace myself, so I know if my step count is this, I'm doing it in this time, this fatiguing, and that's what I can expect. So that's something I monitor carefully. Yeah.
I walk fast. I mean, I can walk to Winn-Dixie in 20 minutes, and that's up over a mile. It's, I don't know, it might be a mile and a half or more.
I always have to walk faster because my husband has long legs, so I have to double my steps in order to keep up with him, because he's
about 6'2".
5'11". No, my husband's 5'11".
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. He's one of probably the only men in the world that's 5'11". Men are either 6 foot or they're like below 5'10". Because imagine being like nearly 6 foot and you want to be part of the 6 foot club. People are going to say, "Oh, I'm 6 foot." Really, it's like, well, no, you're barely 5'11". But yeah, that's what men don't ever confess to that. You know, women like say, "Oh, what's your cup size?" or "What's your waist size?" or something. They sort of exaggerate it a bit. Really, like you can fit an extra bunch of bananas in there, sort of thing.
Yeah, a lot of people are 5'10". I know a lot of people that are that height. In fact,
well, I think my husband would have been taller, but he was put on steroids as a young child because he was born with asthma. So he's been on steroids like his entire life, and the doctors have said that it kind of like may have stunted his growth a little bit. So because his dad is 6'2" and his brother is, I think, 6'8", 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah.
My dad was 5'9". No one in my family's ever been over 6 feet, either side.
My dad was over 6 foot at one point. He probably barely touched it now. Other than my uncle, who's about 6'3", I'm the tallest in my family. The shortest is obviously Clara. She can almost walk now, so you can like hold her hand, sort of thing. I've not seen her in ages, but you can like walk. You can like hold her hands, and she'll like prod a little bit. She May the 13th or 15th, 2025. So she's a year and a bit. Yeah, she's a
You know,
strong baby.
I haven't shrunk yet. I don't know why. I'm still 6'6", a little bit higher. I have not shrunk.
I I wouldn't query it. I'd leave it as it is and accept that it's a good thing. I measure myself every 3 to 6 months just to see what compression I have in my spine. But if and what's funny is when I finish my contest preparation, so I'm leanest I can be. I've actually, by the time I've started to finish prep for the year, I've probably lost about half an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Just through less fat in my feet, less fat everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Compression through exercise, you know.
My children
Yeah,
remind me
Richard
every day of how short I am.
Yeah, yeah. You've got Kimberly has two lovely girls, two lovely children. Yeah, follow her story, you guys, if you're not already. Go to her Instagram page and give her a follow. She'd appreciate the support. And like she said, you know, reach out to her if you need a bit of cheerleading action. She probably won't try and sell you anything. She's got nothing really to sell. So, yeah. My issue is balance, but I'm getting that trike soon, so I can ride and join the gym to give me more choice. But that's a great idea, Thomas. Honestly, that's a great idea. As you know, Thomas, I used to ride my bike a lot. I used to love it, and that did keep me in good shape, honestly. My suggestion for balance for people that are listening, if you struggle with like foot neuropathy, balance issues, I recommend like pool walking. So even just it sounds a bit tacky, but if your issue is mobility and it's because of your feet and your stability, then you're gonna iron stability. That lady here. But yeah, if that's your problem, I guess you can definitely use water to your advantage. So don't use the pool walking as like exercise. Use it as more like rehab, you know. And I found improvements by doing that, and I think exercising in the pool is a good idea. So if you can make a day of it, Thomas. If you can say go to gym twice a week, you tie it with a walk in the pool for 20 minutes. That would do a lot for your body, your nerves, your circulation. Sauna's good as well. So. Joe's
It
5'5",
helped me when
but
my POTS was acting up.
yeah, with POTS, for example, it's one of the best things. It's one of the first interventions I'd look at if I went back in time. Yeah, what Joe said about so Joe says she's 5'5", which is accurate, but once her hair's on, she could might as well be like 5'9", you know. adds quite a lot, you know. When I look round, it's not like I'm looking around and she's like there. It's like, oh, you're right. Just be a hair.
When I have my shoes on, I feel my hair touch door frames all over the place.
I bet, yeah.
It must be nice.
Frames are shorter, cooler.
When I go to the store, a lot of times they have a sign that says, "Please ask for assistance for items on the top shelf." And I look at that, I go, "Why?" I just reach over and grab it.
Thanks.
It's like the old grannies at the gym. They're like, Can you adjust this to be a bit lower for me, please?" And I'm like, yeah. It's not the problem reaching it; it's the problem getting down low enough to sort of plug it in. Like where do you want it? I expect them to sort of say, "Oh, around like shoulder height." No, they want it on the bloody floor rack. I'm like, I can do that physically, but it is really painful. I'm not going to bitch and moan about it, because the thing is, you've come up to me with the courage to ask me with headphones on. You're a nice old lady, so I don't really want to disgruntle you. You know, so it puts me in a weird situation. But
right.
I have to use extra pads sometimes because of the height issues with machines.
Yeah.
We call them something over here.
I would think that height would matter with a lot of exercises, but who knows? Maybe they make it easy.
Height affects the movement arm of the exercise you're doing. So a bicep curl. If you've got short forearms, that bicep curl will be easier because you've got a longer tendon in the bicep flexor in relationship to the whole arm itself. So gravity is more on your side. So you can build muscle strength faster as a smaller person, relatively speaking. But the ultimate goal is the maximum size. So you just build a bigger body if you're taller, basically. That's the difference. Yeah, Joe's bloody pull-up bar. You struggled to get it off. I got it off first time. yeah, then I like nearly banged my head on it. I was like, does this have to be here in the kitchen? Like between the kitchen and the lounge area, the room that I have to go in like multiple times a day. But there's not really anywhere else to put it in the house. I don't think there is. But yeah, it's a good if you've got a pull-up bar, you can train your whole body just that.
I always had mine outside.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, but I'd prefer to exercise outside.
And the funny thing
Definitely.
is, it was strong enough to lift an engine. So I used it one time when I was taking the engine out of a Bobcat.
Yeah,
Solid
that's
rod.
helpful.
It's what is it? 1 inch solid stainless steel rod.
Yeah, that'll help. I'm gonna head off in a minute because it might be dinner time again.
So am I. I've got to get ready and go.
Yeah.
So I'll
Usually leave
see you
Rick.
guys.
Yeah, see you soon, Kimberly. We'll catch up soon. But yeah, Rick, this is a part of the show, Kimberly, where we leave Rick to sort of finish off his any questions you've had in the chat, anything like that's popped up, and
Right.
then have a little ramble about whatever he's pissed off with today, which is very entertaining. I wish he keeps
Well,
doing
if
it.
anybody has any questions, shoot them over to me over at my Instagram, and I'll answer any questions that I may miss on here. So I got to get my dog out.
Brilliant.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Nice
Take
seeing you
care.
guys.
Cheers,
It was a
Kimberly, for coming
pleasure
on.
having you
Bye.
here.
Nice having you. Bye bye.
All right. There we go.
That was good, wasn't it?
Yes. I don't like those pull-up bars for the wall because I put my head through the ceiling. I put one over a doorway, and when I went to do it, my head went right through the ceiling and broke like 3 ceiling tiles.
Jeez. I've been in gyms before where they've got like an assisted chin-up machine. So it's basically got a counterweight on it. You put your knees on the pad that goes up with you to assist you. And you do the pull-up, and you get to like here, and it's like your head's poking through the hole. You're like, who come up with this idea? Like, why? But then you look at the gym, and like directly next to it, there's a taller ceiling. You're like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a problem us tall people deal with all the time.
That's why I put it outside. That way there is no limit.
Yeah, that's sensible. All right, well, I'll polish off whatever's left. I'll head off. Can you install a pull-up bar above the closet? Can you, Rick?
You can, but again, it depends on if your head's going to hit the
Right.
ceiling.
Yeah. I personally would secure it between the doorway, or have it outside if you can, or find a way to rig up some rope with a bar on a tree if you've got a space outside like that. Be inventive, I guess.
Well, if you have outdoor space, it's pretty easy to build. You just get some 6x6s and put a couple of holes in the ground, and you can double it as a plant holder. So if you're a gardener and you like to have hanging plants, you can just put your put your hanging plants on it, and then when you're done, you just take the plants
Yeah.
off to do your exercise, put them back on when you're done.
That's sensible. Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm. Or if you're
About
like me, you
everything.
put a chain over it and pull your engine out.
Yeah, chains are a good idea. You don't see them in gyms very often anymore. But the way they use those was to counteract when the weight becomes less challenging when you're lifting it at the bottom position,
Mhm.
heavier at the top position when you've got more static strength. I want my pull-up bar outside where I can't see it. There's a phrase for that. Something like forgotten, but not forgot or something. Yeah, thank you for being here, Joe, and popping on earlier. Appreciate you coming on. Same with Kimberly as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Yellow Rose as well.
That's the one good thing about these lives. They're never exactly the same. There's always a difference.
Yeah, we can always spice things up a bit. I can keep
That's
playing
right.
around with the thumbnails to make them funny. Yeah, the World's Your Oyster. I mean, I managed to make a client onboarding app on my phone in about 8 hours or something.
Mm-hmm.
So technology nowadays is got so good that we can get what we need done, which is so, I don't know, it's been life changing for me. It's definitely helped my life out. And
Yeah.
just like, as we always say, you got to use these tools for the right thing.
That's what I need to do. But the problem is every time I try to have AI solve my problems, it messes things up. So I think it needs a little bit more training.
I think the future of it is in coding, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I would hope so, because that's one thing that I hate. Up, looks like Jonathan has withdrawn from the chat. Okay, he'll come back. CrossFit training is for people who do not work in construction. I tell myself, yeah, I see those guys lifting tires, and I was out there trying to put a tire on my Bobcat, struggling trying to get that thing off the rim, and I watched those guys. I was laughing. I thought, okay, I don't look like that though. They all have that aesthetic, muscular look. So I guess they're out there trying to find a girlfriend, or in some cases, I guess a boyfriend. But that's okay. Hey, whatever you like. You want a girlfriend? That's great. You want a boyfriend? That's great. I'm not going to complain. You can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody that doesn't want to get hurt. You're welcome. I wish I could hear you both, but it's because I joined from my phone, not my webcam. Yeah, that's probably true. Have you watched Physical Asia? Okay, so that's an interesting comment. Physical 100. Oh, boy. My internet cut out. I'll leave the hard work to you, Rick. Well, thank you. No problem. But Jonathan was here. You did very well. I could hear you quite well. I know with your phone sometimes it is a little bit hard to understand, but the PC, I guess it works a lot better. So anyway, so what else have we had? Well, we've had a lot of interesting things. We had Jonathan and I talking and answering questions. We had our guest. And again, if you're not sure who she is, just go back into the replay and you will see that she is on Instagram and has a really good story and is in her 40s, doing really well, has a chronic condition, and has benefited greatly from Jonathan and his expertise. The thing about Jonathan is not just a pretty face and a great body. It's also plenty of good information and results. So when you want results, you go to somebody like Jonathan. If you want to have a feel-good experience, I guess, and not really do anything, you could sign up for any of the $30 a month carnivore communities. And you might feel good for a while until you realize you're not making any progress. Then if you're a serious person, you'll head over to Jonathan's channel and you will go and get the real information. Why do you think that I have so much respect for Jonathan? She seems nice. Yes, I agree. I have not 70s network TV station when contest football. Okay. That was, I think, called Something of the Stars or something like that. I forget. It was Battle of the Stars or Battle of the Network Stars. I don't remember. I remember that. Players were the most fit. Of course they were, because that's what they do. And A. Mason says, thanks to Rick and Jonathan, Jonathan's intelligence is very attractive. That is very true. Legendary truth, Rick. Yes. And the thing is, I think this community, this group of people tends to attract the higher IQ, the people that have the more open thought. And again, our last guest, she said that she was sort of conservative thinking. I tend to think of myself as being libertarian, but I don't really identify, I guess, with the thinking. I just, for some reason, I just like to be independent when it comes to thinking. Those baseball players work every muscle. Well, there you go. Joe, you both make a cute couple. So Thomas approves of that relationship, and that's very good. Thank you, Thomas. Two of us walking with our canes is too cute. Yes. The only problem is, when you look at Jonathan, I mean, you say, man, it's a good thing that he has a cane because I don't want him running after me. Now, somebody like me, it would be kind of hard to catch because, as Jonathan said, I tend to move very, very quickly. I have an extremely fast reaction time, which is probably why I've never been hit by a car on a bicycle. And even though I have had a few slip and falls, I've never really hurt myself. The last time I hurt myself, as you can see right here, was from a doorknob. There was a doorknob that pinched my hand. And I got angry. One time I got so angry at a doorknob that pinched my hand, I broke the doorknob off of the door. And I was at the store and I went like that. I broke it. I was like, and they looked at me. So I walked over to the customer service. I said, your handle cut me. Here it is. They were like in a panic, probably thinking I was going to sue them. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm fine. You have a bandage? I just kind of put it back together and that was it. And I've had shopping carts. When I used to shop for my mom, they had the plastic. I've been cut by that. But other than that, very few accidents. Quick reaction time. That's how you avoid injury. Jerry at noon. Yes, Jerry's channel will be having at 1 o'clock our time, I think. I'm not sure. You might want to check her channel. You have more of a picnic vibe with a touch of iguana. Duck and dumpster chicken. Yes, I got the picnic shirt, so we are good to go over here. And Rick, you'd outrun me nowadays. I'd outrun most people. I might even outrun Sean Baker, and we know that he's a powerhouse. But if there was an iguana catching contest, I think I could win the iguana catching contest, hands down. I do my best running when avoiding a car. Yes, that is very true. Question. While you were on the Ride and Talk yesterday, you mentioned about tamarind plant. Have you tried the fruit? I've seen that in Chinese supermarkets. It's a paste. It tastes nasty, but yes, I have tried it. I just don't like it. But maybe I should make a video about the tamarind tree. It's around the corner. I didn't plant that one. Somebody else did, but it is doing quite well. It's basically a pod with pulp in it. And in the Spanish, they call it tamarindo. The Cubans love anything sweet, so they love that stuff. Rick, you are a medical marvel. Well, thank you. I don't know. I think I'm a heart attack waiting to happen. Think so. Didn't hear Jerry say different. So I guess you will be live. Of course, Jonathan, the truth is the truth. And we have a cheers from Jonathan. And we have a hi to Mason. Tamarind is very sweet. Yes. And I can tell you right now, that's why I don't like it. But it is a tree that grows in this area, and I can show you where there's several of them. Rick is also a mental marvel. I've been called mental more than once, so I guess that happens to be true. Now, whatever happened to my intro video? I don't know where that went. Let me see. I guess, oh well, I thought it was here. I must have lost it. Let's see. Okay, there it is. Nope, it's not there. It's been over 4 hours, so we're going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. I don't seem to have anything in my video folder. Milton, did you delete my video folder? You silly little pet. I got videos right here. Let's see. Is that it? Oh no. That was some weird commercial that I had gotten. Okay, I don't know what that one. Maybe it's that one. No, it's not that one. Huh. Okay. I guess I don't have it. That is really weird. Huh. That's a commercial. I just don't know what happened to all my video files. Well, that disappeared. Oh, well. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's right there. It's always been there. Okay. There we go. So what I'll do after I end the live stream, I will play the usual video that I play in the beginning, because I know some people like that video. And what I'm also going to do, just in case you like that sort of introduction video, I will probably make a video montage of a bunch of different images with some elevator music that people can watch if they ever get the interest to do that. Who is Tamarind and can I meet her? I'm going to make a video on that. I will definitely make a video. I have fixed my phone problems for now. Joe says my phone battery's running low. Miss Mary is asleep on my chest. I'm watching on TV, but we'll say bye to everyone in chat. Well, goodbye. I'm glad that you were also able to drop in, and I hope that you are enjoying the time that you've had. And of course, you'll be meeting up with Jonathan, so that's a real treat. Anyone that gets to meet Jonathan and hang out with him, that's a good thing. Tamarind is sort of like everybody's girl. Okay. Story of my life, always miss out. Yeah, right? Film Kraken. Hey, okay. There we go. We're getting ready to wrap up. All right. Nobody misses out. Okay. Now, let's see who else we have that is live today. I don't think Thomas is doing lives for a while. Let me go back over here. I'm going to go. I don't have the ability to show it to you, at least right now, but let me just take a look and see who's next. We'll go to YouTube and let's see. Oh, my goodness. We have. Who else is live? Let's see. I'm going to click live. All right. Well, there I am. Well, that's interesting. It puts my own channel. And let's see. I don't see any more. Let's check on Jerry and see if she has a live scheduled. Okay. I don't see it. Let's see over here. Oh, I don't see it. Okay, where did your channel go? It disappeared. All right. I don't see the channel. Oh, well. Okay, who else might be on? Oh, I do not see. I hate the way that YouTube organized the channels. I don't know why they don't put them in alphabetical order. Okay. I guess nobody's having a live. Or at least I'm not getting one in my feed. But if anyone knows of a live that's coming up, let me know. Okay. Let's see. Bye, Rick. Really enjoyed the show. Kimberly's story got better and better as she talked. Jonathan and her make a great team. Yes. And if you want to, she doesn't do YouTube videos, but check out Kimberly's Instagram. Okay, I am, Rick, at 4 p.m. today with Aaron. Good. So at 4, Thomas will be having a live. So he's back to the lives. That's great. And he is back. I told you it'd take about a week. He'd come back. It's good. Rick just canceled you. Rick did not cancel. I thought Jerry had to work today. Okay. Well, maybe she is working today because I didn't see a live listed on her channel. So Barbara's probably right. Tamarind leaves are used in Asian cooking. Yes. And so are moringa leaves, which we also have moringa over here. Good thing StreamYard says different. Okay. Lance was on, I believe, at 11, if he had one, and I didn't see it listed, so maybe he didn't have one. I think Lance is alive right now. I hope he's alive. I hope he hasn't had a heart attack. YouTube doesn't put a subscription. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to find people. I don't even know what metric they use to do that. And Phil Kraken says, Thomas, I'll be there. So that is great. Thomas, Aaron will be a good one. Yes, I am looking forward to it. Good day, Amazon. Okay. I thought she said earlier she would be live at noon. Well, maybe. But I looked and I didn't see it listed. Let me see where it is. I just don't understand why it's not coming up on my YouTube feed. So let me see. Okay. Now I can't find the channel. I just hate what YouTube does with this. It drives me insane. Ugh. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Let me try again. Yeah, Lance was on, but I think he's off. Streamed 25 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's over. All right. So let me go back to the current chat and let's see if we have any more questions or comments. And we didn't have the open, but we'll do it again. Hi, everybody, again, back from the farmer's market. Well, there we are. It smells, but I am now relaxed. You missed my needing 6 more subscribers to do lives. Oh, by the way, if you're not familiar with Kurt and his Meathead channel, why don't you subscribe to his channel? I could actually put the link to it, but Meathead for Life. We all know who Kurt is, don't we? If you're not subscribed to his channel, go ahead and do so, and then he can do live streams as well, which should be very entertaining. Amazon, okay. Could be wrong. Earlier this week, Saturday she had to work. I might have misunderstood or I got canceled. All right. Well, we're going to get off before then so you can look for Jerry's live stream. I posted the link in my YouTube post, and it's already scheduled on stream. Okay. You're starting in 22 minutes. Okay. There we go. All right. Good morning to you. And so Jerry will be doing it. Put a HTTPS in front of it. There you go. Yeah, because it won't do the links. Yes, put it in, Rick. Okay. Let me double check and I will. Let me try again. Why did the channel disappear? This is kind of weird. Okay. Let's see what happened here. Oh. Okay. All right. Let me try again. Okay. I will find it. I will find it. There we go. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll put this in here. Right there. And your link is going to be in the chat. There it is. All right. And there we are. Okay. Let's see here. Good day to Jerry. And you are. Have a lovely weekend. Bye for now. There we go. Meathead for Life. Hi. There is the link to her channel. And Target Prime Rib Thomas says he's subscribed to Kurt's channel. And there we go. Thank you, brother, for another mother. There we are. And again, if you don't know what his channel is, let me put that in there as well, just to make sure in case you've forgotten. All right, let's see. All right. There we go. So he has 47 subscribers. Let's get him to 50. Let's do it right now. Do it now. So we'll go ahead. We'll put this over here. And we will make sure that we get him in there. I'm going to go ahead and paste it into my channel. There you go. All right. So if you're not subscribed to Kurt's channel, make sure that you do so right now, or I will have Jonathan go over there and take care of you, if you know what I mean. All right. So let's see what else is going on. I think we're pretty much done with this. What I'm going to do, I need to go to Winn-Dixie and get some of those pork chops, but I still have some pork shoulder left that I'm going to cook up for lunch. And I'm going to, there we go, live with Rick and Jonathan. Well, we got a new image, which I think is kind of accurate in a way. We just have to replace the Mustang with the Dodge symbol. I can definitely make this work. I have a feeling things are going to go really well. Well, that's a really good image, I have to admit. Jonathan's got a real talent when it comes to using the PC. I'll tell you, I wish I had half of that talent. But then again, I don't have to, because Jonathan's my good friend. And he does all this without even asking, which is really amazing. I like it. I don't like to ask people to do anything. When people do things without asking, they send me stuff, they do things for me. That's like it makes you feel really good. Let's put it that way. It makes me feel like I actually have a reason to be here. And that's the reason why every Saturday morning I'm here, because I get to meet some of the greatest people. I have really good experiences. And by the way, you know who started this trend? Obviously was Jonathan, because before Jonathan, I had never been on a live. And the person that started the trend of sending me good things is Kurt, Meathead. He was the very first one. I'm going to send you some meat. That's what he did last year. So he started the trend when it came to sending me stuff like meat. So we got two great people in the carnivore community, and we do not want to neglect them. If we can do something that helps them out, we need to do that. All right, so let me go back here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and get these comments. And I'm going to show you, okay, take care, everyone. Eat meat and be happy. I agree with that. And I wish Kim had a YouTube. Well, maybe she will. There's Kurt's channel. We have a hello to Ivy. Live, love, heal, and for goodness sake, for all that is ducky, eat the meat. Well, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. That's a good saying to have. And I'm glad that all of us are on the same page around here. We don't have any conflict in this group. And Jerry says, thank you to Rick. Well, thank you. Thank you for also sending me good things. Jerry's another person that sends me good things. And it was actually on her live is the first time I won anything online. So we appreciate that. We appreciate people that come in here and they make our lives more interesting. Don't threaten us a good time with Jonathan coming over to pump you up. Who can forget that? Great show with Rick, Jonathan, and Kimberly. Yes. The best shows when we have more people. 48 need 2 more. All right. Let's see if we can get 2 more people to subscribe to Kurt's channel. Then he can go live. So let's do it. And again, maybe on the replay, if you're watching the replay, if you have the tolerance to watch this for almost 5 hours, then you deserve special recognition. Or maybe you're like me and you hit like different parts of the live, check out the end. If you haven't subscribed to Kurt's channel, let's do it. It's the least that we can do for our good friend Kurt, who is, in my opinion, another part of the foundation of the carnivore community. All right, let's see what else we got. I treat my friends as well as I can. You're great, Rick. Well, Jonathan, it takes one to know one. Let's put it that way. Because if it wasn't for you, I don't think I ever would have started lives. And by the way, Jonathan is the reason why I started doing ride and talk videos, because he mentioned that he liked to ride bike. I thought, well, I ride bike all the time. Let me stick the phone in my pocket. Let's make some videos. And that's what I did. So I'm really happy that I get inspired by other people. It is good to have good friends, Rick. Yes, Thomas, it is. And when you feel like things aren't going that well, you have your friends you can look to and talk to and so on. Friends come in all shapes and sizes. Yes. And some of them even have black fur. Thanks, Jerry. Joe came out briefly too. Came on briefly. Yes. She did. Everyone have a fabulous rest of your day. Eat meat. Well, thank you, Brian Dish. And good morning, Rick, Milton, and to all viewers watching from Philippines. Well, lovely Joy Rosanas, you've come towards the end, but I'm glad that you've caught the end piece. And Ivy Weenet shows 6 nice duckies. That's good. I've been watching your lives too, as you know. Brian, hello, friend. And conflict doesn't help. We are family. We fight and we forgive. Yes, we do. That's true. Just subscribe. Going to subscribe from my Auntie Joe's channel as well, Kurt. Let's see if Kurt can hit 50. I think we can do it. Thank you, everyone. Yes. 50 was reached. Congratulations. See? See, you did it. We can make these things happen. That's extremely awesome. Team Kurt, yes. I can't wait to see your first live Kurt. There you go. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Well, thanks for subscribing, everyone. Well, we're doing it because we're looking forward to see you out and about. Terry, please watch this. So we have a video link right there. And that's excellent. Excellent. So let's go ahead and let's wrap this up. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play the intro as an outro, and then I'm going to look at some of the comments. I don't know if this will show the comments while it's playing, but I'm a little bit unfamiliar with StreamYard, so it's about time for me to give it a try. There's Joe's channel. There we go. So let me present this video, and I'm going to present the video file and see what it does. And we have, oh my goodness, where are we? We got it right here, and we'll go into the videos, and should be live at 8. There we go. All right, and we have up. What is this? Okay. There it is. All right, let's see what happens. Hold on a second. Let me try this again. All right. Well, see, that's what usually comes in at the beginning, and now it's coming at the end. So anyway, thank you very much. If it feels so right, how can it be wrong? There we go. All right. Now, I don't know if, let's see. Okay. I can exit myself, but I don't know if it will stop the stream, but I'm sure Jonathan will figure it out. If the stream doesn't stop, I'll just stop it on YouTube. That's all. But we've had almost 5 hours. We've had some really good people. I hope you can hear me. The bad thing about this, I don't have the little dial thing, you know, I do have my VU meter, but I have no way of knowing if it's going through because obviously I'm not running OBS. But anyway, there we go. LOL. And Juliet says, I've been listening from the start with some gaps when busy. I always listen to replay Saturday nights because your voice is so soothing. Well, thank you. And again, another awesome supporter of this channel. Juliet has done so much for Milton and me. And there goes my phone again. All right. Oh, looks like Jonathan has popped in. Okay. So let me see. Who's calling me? Yeah, I'm going to call him back. That's my friend in Georgia. Rick reminds me of the actor who plays Ray's bro on Everyone Loves Raymond. And I've heard that too. Everyone got what they wanted. There you go. All right. So let's wrap this up. Good day, Juliet. I'm going to call my friend back and see what's going on over there in hay season in Georgia. It's been so much fun, Rick. Everyone seems to have fun watching you all today. Well, Auntie, Joe's Bedtime Stories, I enjoy it. I enjoy being here. I enjoy all of you. I've had the pleasure of meeting a few of you in person. The rest of you, it'll probably be in the future. But again, there's no place I'd rather be than at Live at 8 with Rick on Saturday morning. After this, I'm going to try and get some food in my stomach. I'm going to have that pork shoulder. Then I'm going to hit Winn-Dixie and get some pork chops. And later on, I guess I'll be having the big, wait a minute. Actually, you know what? I should have the heart attack chicken now. I'm going to have the heart attack chicken. I got some chicken leg quarters. It's the friend of mine gave me. They're one step above dumpster chicken. If they're good, I'm going to eat them. If not, they're going to go to the ducks. And so I'll have heart attack chicken for lunch, and then I'll have pork for dinner. But I'm going to get some pork chops. And again, unlike some people that are on the lion diet, I enjoy pork. So I'm not going to trash something, and I'll probably be eating sauerkraut with it because I've been eating so much pork. I've had zero beef. I need to start adding sauerkraut. And Sandy Bly says, thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you for being here. As always, since the beginning, we're glad to have you here. And then Juliet, and that's it. So we're going to wrap this up. 10 eggs for me. Oh, man, there we go. CB Buddy, you were on full form when I glanced at the chat. There we are. All right. So if you want to, head over to Jerry's. She's having a live. I'll be watching it. And I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to call my friend back because I promised him, by 1, I would be off. And he's calling me a little early. So things must be going a little bit rough over there. So have a great day, everybody. Or night, depending on where you are. And again, I will see you next week. And by the way, you'll probably see me tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, somewhere after, on Mitch or Dr. Kilt's live stream. I'm surprised Kilt's never comes to my live stream. Maybe he's too busy. He might be having fun on Saturday morning. But on the other hand, I'll be there. And it's Tuesday. It's time for the Keto Cookout with Russ Mitchell. So you can see me there. And again, I may be invited. Sometimes Liz invites me. You might find me in any live stream if I'm available. But at the worst case scenario, 8 o'clock in a week, Live at 8 with Rick, unless the internet's out or the world's ended, in which case it doesn't matter. Ground beef taking advantage of the sale. I haven't seen ground beef for less than $5 a pound, and I am not paying more than $3 and something a pound. So I refuse. So I will not eat beef until it gets cheaper. I'm going to have to go and grab myself a duck and fatten him up if I want to get the taste of beef. All right. Take care, everybody. I'll see you.